Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Hobby Night. How are you guys doing today? Luke, thank you so much for the gifted membership to start us off right. Switch where I am a little bit. There we go. Ooh. There we go. Haha. How is that looking? All right. Thank you guys so much. Oh, and Captain Ginyu, welcome to the Hobby Night Legion. It's lovely to have you join us. All right.
I deserve something after I spent, okay, Captain Ginyu is, my normal account. So, I'm sitting here editing her video that I wrote, that I filmed, that I chose the miniatures for, that I'm doing the thumbnail for, that I'll do all the video setup for, and the scheduling for. And she had to go shower. And she takes forever showering, delays the stream.
I did.
Comes in, hasn't set up anything at all for the stream. Meanwhile, I'm still having to do my job.
So what happened was I forgot that our last stream was our Lego stream. And
How could you forget? It's been in our living room.
I know, but the computer and all of that stuff has kind of moved around, and I forgot that we were set up for that, which we only had the one camera on, which was the DJI. And so the scene wasn't previously set up.
And all my Steam Deck settings are messed up now.
I know. That's why I feel so bad, because, but he did get it set up for me, so thank you. I'm raising this because I realized I raised it too. There we go. Okay, that's good. I think that looks good.
Do you want me to hook the other camera up?
No, this is fine. I just had to rearrange, where I was sitting, where this was angled, so that I got myself and this camera in place where I wanted it. And today, but thank you genuinely. I'm really sorry. I did not mean to make that as painful
as it was. She made a promise to me every single week for the last, I would say, 4 months.
Yeah,
that
probably.
She will stop leaving professional work tasks to the last minute and then asking me to bail her out.
And I have failed to do that.
Every single, almost day, I would say.
It hasn't been...
It's only because we don't stream every day.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this doesn't happen every day, but
it only happens about 4 days a week.
It only happens about 4 days a week. I feel awful about it because I'm genuinely trying to be better, but then I get sidetracked by other things that are important, but not this kind of thing, and so I just it just messes up. Walter C Real 3D. Sorry I forgot. You sorry for forgot what? Did you forget the stream was happening? It's okay. AJ Scales, it's lovely to see you in chat. Also, Luke, it's lovely to see you in chat as well. I was sure fashionably late. Thanks for bailing me out there, bud. Cute Rodney Changers view. I got no respect. I think Chaos Cultist does sometimes feel that way, but I have complete respect for him.
She doesn't listen to half the things I tell
I
her.
do. It's just
professional confidence and emotional confidence.
Okay, guys.
She forgets everything I tell her.
Here's the thing. Here's the legit thing, though. Okay, I actually talked to my doctor about this recently. I think I might have a little bit of ADHD, and I have focus. At minimum, I have focus problems. At minimum, I have some kind of focus problem where I just get overwhelmed and my brain shuts down and I just cannot I can't focus on a conversation that I'm having. And of course, because I'm upside down now. Because I
nose.
Yeah, that is your
the
nose. Because I have that problem. I literally, you guys witness it during streams. Where my brain will I'll be talking, and then mid-sentence, I completely lose focus and can't remember what the hell I was talking about previously. That happens to me so much.
I'm gonna eat her.
Oh my god. All right. I think that looks great. We did lose. Oh, there's chat. Yeah, it'll be over. There we go. Hey chat, there you guys are.
Isn't that better than the
MacBook? That is better. That is better than the MacBook. Thank you. Yes. You're the best.
I try, folks.
He succeeds. He tries and he succeeds. Why do we freeze?
Why did we freeze? I don't know. It seems like OBS is still going.
Yeah, definitely OBS is going. We're not dropping frames or anything, but the camera just went like
Yeah, dead.
bork.
Not sure.
Huh.
I'm gonna switch it around, see if it just needs to be reset.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's that.
Mm-hmm.
And then...
So it's still showing up, which is good. Huh.
I'm just gonna unplug it and plug it back in.
Makes sense.
I'm guessing I just fat fingered something.
Yeah, maybe you bumped it or something like that, or...
It's been to happen.
All right, let's see if we can...
Hold on.
Oh, okay. Ah, there we go. Hello, I'm back.
Okay, I think
Weird.
I think I just like knocked the male input on the cable wrong.
Ah. How could you, sir? No, it's fine. But yeah, my point is what I was trying to get at there is that I think I have some sort of like focus problem, and that's one of the reasons why like I feel like sometimes I end up putting these things off and not realizing like where my time is at, and I end up causing Chaos Cultist problems. I'm working on it. I'm trying. I talked to my doctor about it. She gave me recommendations.
I am glad.
Okay, so today, now that we're done with that drama.
I'm sorry, I'm salty.
No, you can be salty. I don't blame you. I'm ashamed. I am genuinely a little bit ashamed of myself. But I'm gonna move past that because I don't want to dwell on it too long. Because we have some tiny tanks to paint. So I've started my Death Guard Legion, Imperial Legionalis. You guys watched me build a lot of them. Some of these are some of the ones that you got to see. I'm going to just flip that real fast. Give me one sec. Where is it? There we go. I think I need to flip it horizontally. Yeah. Okay. So some of these you guys saw me build. But some of them you have not seen me build. They're mostly just rhinos. Frankly, it's a lot of rhinos. However, I've started painting them. I base coated them in Mortarion grime, which is what my go-to for my Death Guard is going to be. If it's not obvious, we're painting these as Death Guard. So the plan here today is because I've already base coated them in their Mortarion grime wash. The next step is to get some green on them. I know what I want to do on all the rhinos because I have a reference. Where is it? It's not in here. I'll go grab it in a moment. But I have a reference tank that I've already done, which is exactly how I'm going to basically do all of them. I don't remember which one this is. I think it's not a predator. I don't remember which one. I don't remember which tank this one is specifically, but this bigger boy, I haven't looked up to see what the like maybe recommended placement of the green is, but I have some ideas. I kind of am almost thinking like maybe these top panels and then like the turret. But I want to look up some reference before we work on those. So we're going to work on the rhinos first. And for the green, all I'm using is I'm just going with a very basic Army Painter Fanatics color tone called, I literally think it's Army Green. Yep, Army. Oh, is it flipped the other way too? Okay, I see. So I need to flip it this way too. There we go. There we go. Okay, so, and then if I bring this up and focus. There we go. So this is the color I'm using. It's one of the Army Painter's new ones. It's their old formula, or it's the old, I think, color formula, but it is a new, I'm just gonna hold this down here to get my focus back. Like medium that they've mixed into it. And I actually think it works pretty well. I actually really like the new Fanatics line. So if you haven't tried those, highly recommend. Oh, is that the Land Reader? Okay, that's what it, I don't know why I didn't think of that. All right, but I got my wet palette out. This is from, actually was sent to me by Game Envy. And I like it because it's purple. It's working pretty well for me. I've tried a couple of different wet palettes, and I actually do like this one a lot. So thanks for sending that to me. All right, let's get some of this green in place. So, has anybody got any fun projects they're working on right now? Oh, by the way, I should probably get you guys here. Let me get you some music. Let's go. That should be fine. Oh. Okay, just making sure that you weren't hearing me listening to the music as well. Hello, Jared. How are you in chat today?
I didn't have time to sit and do that.
Oh no, I got it. I'm good. I am capable of some things. Okay, I need a handle. Gosh darn it, I really don't like anything without handles. We're just gonna go ahead and get started. I've got some of the green paint onto my palette. Really nothing fancy we're doing with this, honestly. The fancy step comes next. And you want to know what it is? We're gonna put the green on, and then to help blend everything together, we're just gonna apply an entire layer of material over everything. If you watch my Thunderhawk, sorry, every time, I do that every freaking time, because I think of the cartoon for some reason before I think of the plane. If you watched my Thunderhawk painted...
Thunder Cougar Falconbird.
Yes, my Thunder Cougar Falconbird. If you watch that painting tutorial, you'll know this exact color scheme. It's literally the same thing. The only difference is we are placing certain colors in different areas. But beyond that, it is literally all the same colors. In fact, yeah, different striping. That's it. All that's changing is the striping. Oh, you're saving up to buy a knight? Are you going to get one of the Legion Imperialis scale knights, or are you going to get like a full, like 40k scale knight? Both are extremely cool. I have painted two knights. We painted 2 knights. I technically helped you paint the Imperial one, and then I painted the Chaosy one, which we still painted in Imperial colors so that we made it look like it was falling.
And this is my Titan I need to...
Yes, and this is the Titan that Chaos Cultist needs to do a little bit more work on, but he has it...
I need to do the undershell a bit more, and then clip those out and finish them.
Yep, but this is going to be for his Legion Imperialis army. He's playing the Solar Auxilia, and he's adding in knights to it, and then I'm playing... Titans to it.
You have knight... I bought you a box of knights.
Yes, I have the knights. He has the Titans. And also, thanks to the Hobby collab, we actually have...
We have so many big ass
We actually have a huge number of warlords.
We have 3 warlords.
Yes, I was gonna say we have 3 warlords for Legion Imperialis, because we got, like...
The original Titanicus starters.
Yeah, somehow... So basically a fan who was getting out of the hobby, like, gifted her a bunch of stuff, and she doesn't play Legion Imperialis.
It's actually a friend of theirs.
Oh, was that what it was? Okay, so a friend of theirs was getting out of the hobby for whatever reason, and, like, she doesn't play Legion. And so she got the box set, and she's like, hey, I have the starter box for Legion Imperialis, and I saw you guys were playing that recently, do you want it? And I was like, oh, sure, like, that would be awesome. Like, do you want anything for it? And she's like, no, you can just gift it. It was gifted to us, so we're just trying to pass it on to somebody who's going to use it, because we won't. You can't hear me?
You probably have your music too loud.
Okay, I'm turned the music down.
How many, Jack?
Like, I mean, the music almost isn't, like...
Oh, yeah, it's because that mic is really quiet, because her MacBook is really muted. I'll see what I can do real fast,
I was gonna say,
folks.
can we switch it to the DGIs?
Yes.
I figure we have that.
Speak.
Hello!
That
Is
looks
that better?
louder.
Yeah, that does look louder. Okay, cool. Hopefully that's better. Does that better? You're building your Age of Sigmar dwarves? Nice. Which of the dwarves are you doing? Are you doing the flying ones or the firebeards? Oh, but the other thing that I was saying was, so Meg and them had gotten the Legion Imperialis set, but it wasn't the starter set like she had originally thought. It was actually the launch set. So it was, or not Legion Imperialis, it was for Titanicus. It was a Titanicus set, And she thought it was the starter set for Titanicus, which I was like, oh, cool. That's scaled to Legion. I can use those models in it, and I've always been interested. So cool, yeah, I'll totally take that off your hands. I can use it in my existing games that I'm playing. And then when we got it, we realized, oh, this actually isn't the starter set. This is actually way better than the starter set. Because what her friend had given her was the, like, launch box for Titanicus, which also had, like, it has some cool terrain in it, which I'm really excited for, and then, like double, like, it has, like, I remember we priced it out, and I think what comes in that box, it's like a $400 box or something like that, like, worth of product in it, because of the number of Warlord Titans and Knights.
Terrain, too.
And the terrain that comes in it. So it was a really cool, like, we were very grateful. Thank you for that, Meg. So we have that for our Titanicus, or our Legion.
They're off streaming Adepticon. They're not.
They are. No, I know they're not. I know they're not here. I hope that's going well. It's yeah. I bet that's exhausting. I know the last con that they did was really exhausting for them, but they had a blast. And I'm hoping that they're just killing it this time. I've checked in a few times just to see how things are going, and it's been lovely to see the number of people who are popping in to watch. Good, I'm glad things are fine. I need to go grab my other tank, because I just want to make sure that I get the spacing. Yeah, I want it to match real quick. So give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I went ahead and grab the Thunderhawk just because it's cool. I really like how it turned out. I think if I want to add decals to it, I need to seal it first, and then I can put the decals on. Now that I have my template, so this is what we're doing. There we go. So this is our plan. We're going to put some stripes on the top, and those are going to go onto the sides on the door. And that's really kind of what I was wanting to make sure I got correct. And then everything else is actually just going to end up being metallic. That's the only other thing we need to paint. So it should be pretty easy peasy.
You squeezing lemons?
I'm squeezing lemons. Making lemonade, guys.
Shit.
It's another trucking lemonade. I'm going to put... Is that better? No. There we go. Okay. Yes.
Everything all right?
Yeah, I was just adjusting some things. I was scooting myself in, and I made a weird noise when I did it. Okay, I think I can actually make it a little bit bigger. What's up? Okay. I think that looks good. Let's begin painting. Did I paint? I did. I painted over top the little square. Just lose our... Let's not lose our nice contrasts. Thank you. I've actually found, like, I was a little nervous to get started on these super tiny guys because, like, they're super tiny, right? It's kind of intimidating because you're like, geez, how am I even going to paint this? But I just tried to make it as, like, simple as I possibly could. Like, as few colors as possible while still getting across the Legion I want to go for. I mean, I will admit I followed a little bit of just GW's, like, guide on where to put some things. When it comes to, like, placing where my green is versus where my tan color is. But I mean, like, I think you can follow that for any Legion you want to work on. So, and then if you just pick a couple of basic colors and keep your paints thin. Like, one of the benefits I think I'm having is I am almost entirely using contrast or washes. And I think that is a major key to not overrunning these really tiny models with too much paint. So yeah, it does take a little bit of like a slightly more patient hand, I guess, or delicate hand if you want to, but I really just think it's patience. I'll have to ask Cece if Obo Merit Obomanartius Obermaner. Oh, I am butchering this. Obomanertious is still legal. Obomanartius?
I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is either. Luke, can you clarify for a little bit for me? Because I'm not sure either of us know what that is, and if maybe that means it's not.
Spell it again.
Obomanertious.
That spelling is not a word.
Oh, then I don't know what.
Obsequious is like the recommendation.
No, I think it's he's definitely acting like it is like
I don't
the
know
name
what
of
it
a
is. I'm
model.
afraid maybe it's
Maybe it's it must. I don't. Seeing that it's not coming up, I'm wondering if maybe it is out of print then. Because we just did a Google search and we couldn't find anything. Called that specifically. Good. I think some pretty good even color on that. Let's go ahead and do the sides. All right, so basically. Draw my lines first, kind of do this delicately. Okay, so like that, and then we go to there we go. Oh, it's Black Library after the Fall Acadia. Oh, it's an Imperial. Oh, I see. So it's a particular warlord. So maybe it's a named warlord. I'll have to look into it a bit more, Luke. That sounds fun. Okay, and then this. I'm making the screen really large for a second because I want to make sure that I'm in focus for you guys. And I could not tell with it that small. That looks pretty good. There we go. Ah, it's an Imperator class turned Demon War Machine. Sick. That would be fun. To add a bit more moisture to my paintbrush. There we go. Oh. One moment, I forgot one thing to do. There we go. Copy that link. Go here. I'm going to put you guys. There we go. There I am twice. And we going. Join me. that out too. Bigger than Warlord. Dang, nice. That's cool. Okay, let's see if we can find this. That sounds really, really cool. Oh, why did my hands start shaking so much? Knock it off, hand. Kid line. Oh man, okay. Do it. You're fine. Okay, this way I can hold it like this. Man, when I flipped it around, for some reason my hand really started shaking. I think it's just because I was holding it. I wasn't able to brace it in the same way, so maybe...
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. There we go. That fixed it. That looks lovely. Line that up a bit more. Just got so nervous about making sure my lines are straight. I can't disappoint Papa Mortarian with my color scheme, guys. I just can't disappoint him or Grandfather Nurgle.
Do you want me to get the lav? Because I know the microphone's not going to pick you up so well when you whisper.
No, I'll just make sure to speak louder. Sorry about that. I'll make sure to speak plenty loudly. Luke, thank you for the 4 months membership. Best channel around. Apologies for the collab, but apology collab. Oh, I see. You're apologizing to hobby collab. It's okay. They're not watching right now. They won't have to know that you declared me the best.
They're off at a con.
They're off at a con. It's fine. They're not going to hear it. I really appreciate it, Luke. Thank you so very, very much. You are very appreciated, and thank you. Round of applause for 4 months membership. That is fantastic. I appreciate the continued support and the fact that I know that you've gifted a lot of members yourself or memberships yourself. So thank you very, very much, sir. All right, let's keep working on this lovely tank. I think it's actually coming along nicely. Did I do? No, I just ended it at the door. That makes sense to me. A little bit of a weird gap there, so clean that up. A little bit more color on some of these edges. Okay, yeah. So that's where we're at. I think it looks pretty good. Pretty clean. Do the other side. How are they doing? Like, how's their current stream going?
I think they had like 200 viewers last I looked.
That's great. I mean, I would hope so. Being an official host for Adepticon games is pretty cool. Well, thank you guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. You are too kind. And yeah, let's go ahead. Just realized I'm not putting my head too into. Oh, God, this new setup is more working great for the camera.
I keep trying.
You do amazing. You succeed. You are succeeding. Yeah, it's totally because I wasn't bracing my hand well enough. There we go. That looks great. Do you not have paint on you? I definitely painted that bitch. There we go. That looks better. The door on the front needs a little bit of a second coat. Thank you. Yeah, I'm really happy with how these are coming out. Again, they're really not difficult. And like even with the color scheme like Chaos Cultist is going for, which is a honestly much bolder color scheme because it's Blood Angels themed, so it's black and red with some gold. And he's doing that for his Imperial Guards, or his Solar Auxilia. Which I think is really cool, you know, having them tied to ball. And even that like color scheme is working really well, even though it's, you know, the brighter colors I think sometimes can be a little intimidating, especially on the really small models, but he's killing it. Looks great. How many am I short on the hobby channel? I think it's like about 30 or so, something like that. Hey Hobby Knight, went well. Is your next toy build you will work on your YouTube channel? Do you mean when will my next toy build be? Like, do you mean like a scale model build? Or do you mean like do you mean like an unboxing in regards to like my Joy Toy action figures? AJ Scales, let me know, clarify for me a little bit.
Or Lego.
I have, or Lego. Because I have too many things that qualify as toys. So your question is actually a little vague for me right now. So please clarify. And I will happily answer that. And in the meantime, I'm gonna fill in this area with a little bit of green paint. There we go. Heck yeah. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze.
Bless thou in the Emperor's light.
Oh my god.
Bless thee in the All-Father's light.
Excellent. Lego brick? Or, oh no, that's like... I wish I could play with everybody as if I was a rogue trader.
You would.
I would. Speaking of Rogue Trader, we're concluding that tomorrow, and I'm so excited. That's gonna start at 1. Very hyped for it. I'm ready to see what the end looks like. I'm like, what's going on with the Final Dawn? Like, we've dealt with some of them, but like now we're dealing with Necrons and all sorts of things, and I'm like, how are they gonna tie back into this? Like, what was Theodora's role in all of this? Like, is her ghost gonna come back? Like, who knows?
And be like, bitch, give me back my ship.
And I'll be like, no, you were a freaking heretic. And you also left me with a bunch of frickin' Gene Stealer cults on my goddamn ship, you bitch. Curse you, Theodora! Is she my aunt? I don't actually know.
Damn you, third aunt removed, second cousin, roommate's best friend from college.
Yeah, dang it!
I think that's how it passes.
I think so. I think that's my connection to her, genealogically. That's how I became a potential holder of the warrant of trade. Which I'm still slightly confused why Jai's, like, she has a different warrant of trade than me.
Jai isn't that type of trader.
But she has a, I guess she has a mercantile trade. Why is my nose suddenly running? I'm so sorry. Alright, that one's done. Only, at least right here, 6 more to go. Alright. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do the tops of all of them first. Because that's easier, and then I'll do the side work. Because the top always ends up needing a second layer, because it's a little bit flatter and, like, larger. And so by the time I get back to them to do the design work on the sides, this first layer will be dry, and I can put a second layer and then just move on. I think that is going to be my new order of operation. That. I can't. There we go.
You okay back there?
Yeah, I was just playing with the camera screen for a second. There we go. Jared, we'll see you later. Sorry for being a distraction. Get back to work! That's my whip sound. Good. I just jinxed it.
That was quick.
I accidentally just overfilled a recess with paint too much. My brush was a bit more wet than I realized. That's what she said. I don't actually know if that works, but I just felt like it was appropriate. I felt like it was appropriate, everybody. My next toy project, like action figure project, I don't really know. Action figures is one of those things where like I really like them, but it's really hard to make content with them specifically unless I'm doing unboxings, and frankly, I feel like the market, at least with what I'm interested in regards to toy collecting, for me has died down a little bit. Like there are still plenty of Joy Toy action figures out there that I personally would love to get my hands on, but they are not a massive priority just because, well, frankly, I just did all my taxes and all this kind of stuff. And like, so I'm just like kind of on a little bit of a hold unless it's a priority purchase, especially when it comes to like content. And I just haven't found that there's been anything like super, super major action figure wise that I felt like covering. And anything else that would be really cool is just completely out of my budget. Like I would love to cover, a Weta GW product. Like when Saint Celestine comes out, if I had $2,000 to just drop on that bitch, I would, but I don't. And so my toy taste is expensive, and that's the problem. So I don't know when the next one's going to be for that specifically. I do know that I am going to be continuing to build up the Lego channel. So if you do want some like at least build or like toy content in that way, we will be doing more with our Lego channel, which is Brick Night. And then obviously we're going to be doing more with miniatures. We've been sort of planning out what some upcoming tutorials might be and some focuses just based off of some pop culture stuff that's been happening, our own interests, as well as just collabs that have happened, etc. Speaking of collabs, I have a couple that I've got in the works, which I'm really excited about. A local girl who does YouTube a little bit, or she's actually more on Twitch than she is on YouTube, but she's a little bit of a nerd. She's not like majorly into that, but her name is Shay. And she is really cool, very enthusiastic, and we met recently. She plays D&D, and so I want to have her come over and like chat about D&D with me, because she's actually currently playing in a Curse of Strahd game, which, if you guys are familiar with my channel at all, you know I love vampires, and Curse of Strahd is like, it's the one campaign I've played in the most. I've never actually finished it, sadly, but I have played in it 2 different campaigns of that unfortunately ended abruptly, but that's okay, because it was still hella enjoyable, and I love that campaign so much. Strahd is so cool, and I want to like just be able to chat with her about it, and I thought it'd be fun to do with you guys, so that is in the works. We're planning that, and then I also have been in talks with Nerd Princess, so Frankie, and hopefully we'll be doing something with her in the near future as well. Again, keep an eye on that. I'll let you know once things get more solidified, but I've kind of been like working on doing some of that stuff, which is also why certain types of projects have been put on hold a little. Nice. You have a full Indiana Jones whip? I have a whip, but it's not that style. I don't know if I could do, like, can you do the like the cool whip crack? Because aren't those kind of difficult to do with like real whips?
Once you practice it, it's not that bad.
Oh, really? Okay. Can you do it?
Or like, I have done it.
You have done it.
I don't remember like how to do it. It takes a certain amount of wrist strength, which I doubt I have anymore.
That's fair. That
Without
is fair.
hurting myself.
No, that does make sense, because like I can totally see it being. You know what? I said I was gonna do all the tops. I changed my mind. I only have so many caps for this, and I don't want to keep swapping my models off of them, so I'm just gonna finish this one. That's pretty cool. Hello, Mercurian. Of course we're painting spikes and skulls. That's my jam. No, I don't think I've seen the new Battletech Gothic. Are they doing like a more Gothic style? I saw recently Thunderhead Studios had a new design for the Hextech stuff coming out, which looked really cool. There was a bunch of like neat canyons and stuff, if I recall. Like, but no, I don't think I've seen like a more Gothic Battletech look. That's intriguing. Okay, there we go. That's pretty good. I did get a little bit though in the recesses. Ah, did it get announced at Adepticon? Ooh. I'll have to take a look at that later then, because no, I have not seen that specifically. But that sounds really cool. Damn it! Just pulled my paint away. I hate when that happens. Get back on there. You blasted color. There we go. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. I think I've seen people build geodes before in Lego.
Yep.
Did Lego have an official geode?
If it wasn't that, there was something on like the Ideas. That was it. I think maybe Ideas had a geode set.
Yeah, I vaguely recall that actually, and it looked really cool. Like, it wasn't like, it was fully enclosed, but they still had a crystal popping out of it, because otherwise it's just a freaking rock, and it looks boring. So they had actual like gems sticking out of it, if I remember correctly, or it may have been cracked. Like, they may have done a cracked design. But like, it was really cool looking. So I've definitely seen that done. But like, if you were to have a fully enclosed geode that had no cracks, no exposed gems or anything, I think that would look kind of just...
That would look like a rock.
Yeah, it would just look like a gray lump. Or a sandstone lump, depending on what type of like stone you made the geode out of. So I don't know if that would be super interesting of like a build. But if you were doing it with like the geode slightly exposed, that I could definitely see being a fun challenge. Because, like, honestly, all I would do if you wanted the enclosed one is, like, I would build the geode structure and just fill it with gems, so that way when it broke, which it inevitably would, they would just fall out, and then you... Simple, but I think it would work. Not realistic, mind you, but still would work. I always need to look. Okay, just go. There we go. That feels pretty straight. I'm going to move on to the next side before I overthink it. Have you watched the James May episode where he builds a house out of Lego? It's hideous. In the best kind of way, because he definitely goes like full on, I just want to play with like the most obnoxious of Lego's colors, like their yellows, their reds, their blues, and their like really obnoxious greens. And so it feels like a garish like explosion of a child just randomly throwing lines of color on a wall. And I kind of love it. I also hate it because it's hideous looking. But I love that he made it. But there's a great episode of like, he's got this like toy show that he does online.
He used to do it.
Or he used to, yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's been decades, but it's still available. A decade, sorry. But it's still available on YouTube, and we've been rewatching it, and it's really good. The only other Lego like related content that I've watched that's not specifically YouTube is Lego Master. Both the American, the UK, and the Australian, and a couple of the like other like foreign language ones. So we watched the French one for a little bit. I remember because they like had a storybook. There was like children, and the dude was like telling a story out of a Lego book or something. What?
Oh, it's the you had yet to not use part.
Oh, god damn it. So yesterday when I was filming, okay, I'm gonna tell you guys this chat. So there was...
So I just went through like the eight takes you did.
Oh my god. There was one phrase I was doing. I kept, for whatever reason, attempting... No, not even attempting. I kept using a double negative. And even though Chaos Cultist...
He was like, I have yet to not. And I'm like, no, you haven't used it. You just have not used it or have yet to use it. You can't have yet to not use it.
Right, but for some reason, I just had the yet to not stuck in my head, and I could not remove it from my brain. And so, like, it took me, like, 8 attempts to get past this freaking phrase. Also, I don't know, like, if it's gonna end up being in the video, but you guys want to hear the phrase I used to get into my southern accent that you're about to hear? All right, prepare your ears. I can't believe y'all have a dog. I can't believe y'all have a dog.
Howdy, miss. How you feeling?
Sir, I am doing quite well, thank you very much.
Yep, and I'm not going to include it in the main tutorial.
Yeah.
But if it does well, I'll probably put it together as a short.
Oh, excellent. I do enjoy that.
I'm going back at my job now.
Awesome, thank you, darling.
Before my boss comes and whoops my ass.
I can't believe y'all have a dog. I would never do such a
She would.
uncouth. I would not. What do you guys think? Is my southern accent, is it good?
It exists.
It exists. I asked you yesterday if it was good. I asked you actually like 3 days ago if it was good, and you told me yes, and I used that if I didn't do a good job and you made me look like an idiot, I am going to be so mad. Someone in chat told me my southern accent was okay. It was passable. What? No! Why are you laughing now? Are you...
That's the footage. It's the part where you went...
Oh, I screamed, yeah, because I was so frustrated. Like, I could
She's
not...
like this off camera, too.
I am. I was so frustrated. Because I worked really hard to, like, practice my script, make sure I read it through, like, knew what I was going to be talking about, all this stuff. Like, I worked really hard. Daisy May does live. Exactly. Thank you. I even looked up, the whole reason I have that phrase, the, I can't believe y'all have a dog, is because I actually looked up on YouTube, coaching on how to do Southern accents. And I can't remember what it was, like there's a term for the enunciation of like elongating certain vowels in the way, and I don't think it's exclusive to Southern speech. I think this is like just a speech term, and it was too long of a word for me to remember, but it sounded really funny. So every time the speech coach was talking about it prior to actually like discussing and actually doing the accent to like so that I could verbally like hear it a bit better in a sentence, he kept using this word, and just every time I was like, I felt like a child laughing at Uranus. Like that's what I felt like. I'm trying to get better at voice acting. So I go into my French Russian for Jai when we play Rogue Trader. Alright, that looks pretty good. I'm not really noticing any incomplete color. Just great. Excellent. I feel good about that. I need to actually take you off of the... Okay, that's not exactly what I want to have happen. Oh, did I not? Oops. Okay. Well, first, then what we'll do before anything else, please be dry. Hold on, I have to fix something, chat. Listen to the wonderful Mechanicus music while I fix this. Okay, that needs fixing. Just didn't get my edges quite as well on this one as I wanted. There we go. Okay. However, we do need to take this one off, and then I think we probably need to flip all of them and do the bottoms. I'm gonna, yeah, because I'm realizing now that I didn't paint any of their bottoms with the Mortarian grime, like the first wash.
Wow.
Ridiculous.
Judging.
Wow, rude.
That's what I do. I'm a rude dude with an attitude. What do you want?
Oh my gosh. No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Nah.
How dare you?
What? I dare. I dare. I will dare every single day. All right, I think I can just hold them. I think I can just hold them while I do this real quick, chat. So we're gonna just do that. I am going to briefly turn this camera off for a second. Let it reset itself. Grab a drink of water. Majord! Isn't that what it's called? M-J-O-R?
Mjord.
Mjord? That's the Space Wolf beer. Well, I guess it's more of like a... It's not ale. It's, grog? Is that what pirates drink?
Rum.
Well, yeah, but those two... But
They
like...
drink rum.
Yeah, no, pirates drink rum. But don't they also, like...
Yeah, they also drink grog.
Okay, I was like... But that is a type of, like, beer.
It's also a brand by some Australian YouTubers.
That's why I was thinking about it. I was like, it's like, I remember the Australians had that beer that's based on... But, like, that is a, like, old term for something alcoholic, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just making sure I'm not, like, going crazy.
Well, I'm not promising that.
Oh, well, fair. Yeah, I was gonna say, the beer chugging Space Marine chapter would be... I mean, it would definitely be the wolves. I could say you could argue that, no, it's just the wolves. I was gonna say, like, maybe the White Scars, but I don't know if they're, like... I don't know if Mongolians really are, like, known for, like, drinking parties. I think that's more...
Yes.
Definitely... Are they?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, then maybe the White Scars also.
Any warrior culture.
That's true. They're all gonna drink a lot, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. So literally all of them, but no, definitely Space Wolves. Definitely Space Wolves. I mean, they literally have their drink that, like, they tried to poison me with. In Rogue Trader, if you don't know, you can end up drinking some Space Wolf beer. And it makes you trip a little. But really, what in the Imperium doesn't? That's what I say. So it doesn't have to be super heavy because we're going to do a second wash later. But we do want to saturate everything with a little bit of color. Give it that little bit of a brown-green tint. There we go. Make sure we didn't leave any unpainted areas because I was actually a little bit lighter on this one than I did the other one. Yeah, it's a little bit more. Needs a little bit more, chat. Also, it's the bottom. It can be a little heavier, I suppose. I'm just blowing out the paint from the gaps in between the wheels on the tread a little bit. So the color stays there, but it's not like pulling in it there in a weird way. And filling in the gap. It keeps trying to do almost one eye. Stop it. Get out of there. There we go. There we go. Okay. That's better. That's better. Boop. All right, and let me guess. Oh, I actually did it on that one. Okay, that one's good. That one's good. Is it literally just the two? It was the two I started with. I'm gonna do a little bit more on the bottom of the one I finished because it's not. It should be a little dirtier, I think. No one will ever see it, but I will. Oh no, it's there. Yeah, that one definitely needs a second layer. It's almost looks like just Wraithbone. That is so much better. Hello, how are you doing in France? Oh man, I haven't been to France in ages. The few countries I've been to outside of the US. And it's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. There we go, that's better. Okay, now I think
You need anything from downstairs?
no, I'm good. Thank you though. Okay. Let me adjust my sitting sideways. Okay. I think we can now actually move back over to our green. Majestically. Majestically so. So let's get 2 new rhinos up here. It's nice to just begin some work on some guys. Actually use my handle like a proper person. Nice. Yeah, I went to, so like when I went to France, I was in, I've been to Angoulême. I've been into Lacoste, which is where we were staying. And then a number of surrounding like villages and towns in that area surrounding Lacoste. And then I went up to Paris because I feel like you can't go to France without going to Paris if you're just a visitor. And it was very cool. It was very, very cool. I was there for school though, so it was a little sort of dictated what we had to do, but granted, they did a good job of catering it to our what's the word I'm looking for? Degrees. That's the word. Hence why we went to Angoulême, because we were there for the comic book festival. Or the Bande Dessinée festival. I think it was, so I don't remember, forgive me, I don't remember my geography of France super well. All I remember is when we came in, we actually had to get off the international airport in Paris, and we ended up going to do a hop over to Marseille. And from Marseille, we then drove several hours. And I want to say we drove west. Yes, I think we drove west from Marseille. Because we were heading towards Spain. And I know Angoulême is also heading towards the border with Spain. So yeah, I think it would have been towards the west. Sorry, it's been over a decade since I've been. And geography ain't my strong suit. And then I remember we took a bullet train up to Paris. That's actually how we got back up to Paris when we did our visit there. Because we like flew in there first, then did the hop down to Marseille, which I think is on the coast, right? I remember seeing water. It was a very interesting experience because it was cold. It was we went during the wintertime, so it was snowing. And a lot of places were on a holiday, actually. Like a lot of the stores, the workers were just on their like seasonal holiday. I think it was the Atlantic side. I'm pretty sure it was the Atlantic side. Actually,
It certainly wasn't the Pacific side.
well, he's asking Mediterranean side or
I know. I was thinking.
Oh, I see. I understand. But you know, now that hold on, let me just pull up a map. Let me just pull up a map.
Are you Leslie?
No, I can use maps. Let's see, map of France. Okay, so. Okay, I apologize. We were actually on the Mediterranean Sea side when we started, but I think, let me see, this doesn't have all. Does this have more cities? Where's Angoulême? So basically the reason I remember is because part of the school's students went into Spain and went to Barcelona. So it looks like, yeah, we would have stayed, we were on the side with the Mediterranean. Actually. Where is Angoulême? I'm not seeing Angoulême specifically, but I am seeing where Barcelona is in comparison to the coast of, or the border of France. And I know, like, basically we stopped and they kept going. So I'm guessing it must have been on that coast, but we weren't specifically, when I was in Angoulême, I don't believe was by the water. I just remember Marseille being by the water. And then Lacoste itself was in like the mountains, or like in a hilly region of southern France. It's most famous, and we found this out when I first went there, and it always cracks me up. It is most famous for having the castle of the Count de Sade at the top of it. Which always cracked me up, and I wasn't so bummed about it. The architecture students did, but I wasn't, because I was sequential and therefore could clearly not have an appreciation for a castle. Absolutely fucking ridiculous if you ask me, but whatever. Just admired it from the outside. That's okay. One day I'll go back to Europe and I'll just go to all of the castles. And by all of them, I mean some of them, because going to all of them would be a feat that I don't have the money for.
It get very boring.
I was gonna say, it'd also probably get very boring. So, you know, interestingly, I definitely heard that while we were there. It was something that like we were only in Marseille literally to be picked up and dropped off at the airport in Marseille. We spent no additional time there because like our professors and everything were just like, no, we're not like it's a bit they were like, it's a bit aggressive. And I don't know if they just meant the people, if they meant like the environment, like I kind of got like the idea that it was a little bit of a rough harbor coast, like coastal city. And so it just kind of cracked me up. But yeah, I definitely got that in that position.
Vibes.
Or that vibe. Yes, thank you. That's what I was looking for. As for where we live, I am in the US. I'm in California. Sunny California. Although it's a little overcast today, if I'm honest. It rained randomly when I went to go to lunch. And then on the way back, it was gone. It stopped and it was just overcast again. Okay. There we go. You're allowed to rent and live in British castles? That's fucking sick. Mm-hmm. Dude, I want to live in a British castle for like a month. I'm not sure I'd want to live in it long term. Like, I imagine it'd be kind of cold. Don't exactly think they have good central heat. And England, being relatively north, the one time I was there, it was a bit chilly.
No.
Yeah, that's true. Were we actually there in the winter, or was it? Okay, that's right. Why do I only travel to foreign countries in the winter? I went to France in the winter, and I went to England in the winter. Interesting. All right. Every time I forget, every bracket goes to the edge. Okay, there we go. There we go. I've never done any surfing here. I've done, did I do any surfing on the North Shore? Yeah, I think I did, I think I've done a little bit. I've only surfed like a couple of times, which I'm sure is blasphemous for somebody who lived in Hawaii for a collective of like 6 years over the couple periods of times that I was there. But I never got super, super into surfing. I did it at least once, I believe, on the North Shore. I think I had a friend who I was a kid at the time, so I think it was like a friend of my parents, really, who had a board and sort of taught me and my sister how to do it in like the more shallow waves. And it was not during the peak wave season of the North Shore in Hawaii, because those can be some insane waves. But I did do a lot. I've done a lot of boogie boarding. I've done a lot of boogie boarding. I love boogie boarding. Super, super fun. I feel much more in control than I do when I'm surfing. I remember not feeling in control when I was surfing. But it was still very cool. And I've never done any surfing here. I actually don't think we've been to the beach in California, because like we're up north. Like we're in San Francisco. So we're not near LA or anything, where a lot of I think the better beaches for surfing are.
There is surfing like a couple of hours from here, but it's still not like
yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't like even when
if you go south of here a couple hours, you can get some good surf.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, I feel like near the city at least, I don't feel like I even saw. I mean, I saw some people occasionally doing some surfing like around the city proper, but like most of it's pretty restricted because of all the ships and everything doing tourist stuff / you know, bringing cargo in / the military vessels that come into the city. And so, yeah, I haven't seen it specifically, but I would imagine a little further down the coast, like, I guess, yeah, towards the south, away from the city. I bet you find it. Like, oh yeah, we did that like one bed and breakfast in that one area, and I bet that's where the surfing is. Okay, yeah, because that's true. I'm sorry, I have been to one beach here. We didn't go into the water because it was again
for Thanksgiving.
It was for Thanksgiving, so it was in the fall, like the colder season. But we did go to the beach down there, and that was beautiful. The beaches in Hawaii are really nice too. If you ever get to visit that, I would recommend the North Shore especially if you're familiar with surfing or have done surfing in like prior, or even if you're sort of new to it, but like you're eager, that would be a cool place to go. Yeah, bodyboarding's really fun. I personally, like, I much more prefer boogie boarding or bodyboarding. I also like doing the thing where you put the boogie board on the sand, and when the waves come in, you jump on it and you surf on the sand. That's always really fun. Like, that's really, really enjoyable. That's what I would do in my youth when I would go, because I used to be a much more of a beach kid than I am now. Like, I almost never go to like the pool or the beach modernly. But when I was a kid, I went all the time. I used to be so tan. And that was when I would go, like, that was when I lived in Hawaii, is when I went to the beach the most. But I was doing boogie boarding, not surfing. No, I never went with a full wetsuit like that. Never wore the full wetsuit. It was mostly bikinis and one pieces. Oh no, you honeymooned in the Bay Area and it rained the whole time? I could totally believe that. Were you here during the spring? Because that's what's happening.
Winter. It rains in the winter here.
I guess that's true. I mean, it rained, like, I feel like it's been raining a lot.
It just turned spring less than a week ago.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Yes, I know.
I always forget. For some reason,
It rains here October through, like, March.
Yeah, I guess, so were you here during, like, between fall and, Winter? Because if so, I could believe that. Hello, Hari. How are you doing today? September. Yeah, that would do it. I think that's like literally the start of our rainy season. I'm so sorry. I hope you guys still had an enjoyable time despite it raining. I'm doing all right. Well, we'll see you later. I will absolutely have fun. There we go. A little delicate work. Drawing some lines. The piers are very fun. Did you go? I don't know if it would have been open at the time. I actually have no idea if it would have been open at the time. When you were there, was there a oddities museum? Because I love the oddities museum that's here now. Like there's a really cool oddities museum that also has like a bunch of like cool like old arcade stuff and like they're just really neat machines and oddities, and it's really neat. And it's one of the things that Chaos Cultist and I actually want to go check out because we haven't been.
I haven't been back to the tourist area in years.
Yeah, we haven't been back. I think it's been since like the pandemic, honestly.
Pretty much.
So I really want to go back down to the pier and like see how it's changed because like the city's in a state. It has not really recovered well, unfortunately. Mostly because all the big tech companies abandoned it.
Yep.
But people are still there. It's just the companies are gone. Which means all the business is gone. It's a struggle, but it's okay. Oh, Luke, thank you for the gifted membership. Nobody home? Welcome to the Hobby Night Legion. It's lovely to have you join us. Oh, very cool. I don't think I've been to Farallon Island. So they have great whites there? Terrifying. I've been to I went to Alcatraz. So I've done that touristy thing off the pier. That was fun. And then I also actually so I did that with my mom when she came and visited once. And additionally, as part of the same package, they had this like bundle where you could go to, I think it's called Angel Island. And that is like a nature reserve. And we did a Jeep tour going around Angel Island. So it wasn't like it's not a super big island or anything like that. You can definitely do it in, I think the tour was like maybe an hour and a half. And that's because we stopped at a few locations to like walk around and look at things because there's like a fort or like the remnants of a fort or something on there. Obviously it's a nature preserve, so like there were some animals you could see. Really cool stuff actually. But those are the only two like islands off the coast of California that I've been to. I'm doing a horrible job on this side. That looks a bit smooth. Looks a bit smoother. Bro, I am so sorry. You absolutely should come back out here and like redo it with your wife when it's, not in the winter. Like give us like 3 more weeks. And like I feel like if you come in like mid-April, May, you'll get your sunset. maybe go to San Jose or something, and like because they're still near the water, still have some fun stuff to do. I don't know. SM is in a weird state, so I
It's California.
Yes, thank you.
You said it's a weird state.
I meant like state of being, not the state it exists in.
I mean, I stand by what I said.
Well, I understand. I mean, it is a weird state. Don't get me wrong. It is a weird state, but it's also like I just meant like California. California as like a place, like as a city, is weird right now. But plenty of other areas in the Bay Area are great, and I recommend those. And you can still get your sunset and still be near the water and still have fun. So maybe go back to Monterey. Just do it between May and like August. You'll get that sun, I promise. Thank you. I'm really happy with how they're turning out. Like the reason. Let's see, this guy's dry. So, and you can kind of see the difference. So we're gonna. There's one more step that we're gonna need to do. Yeah, let me focus. Okay, so you can kind of see the difference between the done one, which is this one right here, and this one. The green is a bit soft, and it kind of sits on top of the tan color tone right now. So we're gonna put another wash over it when we're done to get those recesses redarkened, subdue the green a little bit, darken the green a little bit, and blend it all in. And I think it's gonna end up looking like I'm optimistic that we're gonna get some really nice effects from that. You guys are done. I'm gonna put you upright. All of you upright that don't need to actually be drying. Readjust my focus. I think that looks good. I'm just going to bring the camera large so I can actually see what I'm doing for a moment. Yeah, that looks good. There we go. Wait, so you even have in-laws that live in San Diego, but you still haven't. Oh, I'm so sorry, dude. Yeah, you need to come out here, like, because it's beautiful. I will admit it is beautiful. You know where else you could go to get a nice Pacific sunset though? Hawaii. I'm just saying. It's equally...
Then you have to go to Hawaii, though.
Yeah, it's nice there. It's lovely to visit the state, okay? I just don't personally recommend living there.
What are you doing?
I reached for that. You were
I
like,
want a second draw.
oh, okay. Well, I didn't know what you wanted.
I was holding my breath.
I know you were holding your... I'm whacking my paintbrush.
Chill.
I'm chill. I am the chillest person on this planet. It's not true at all. I am one of the most high-strung people on this planet. That's all probably not true. I'm probably mediumly high-strung. Huh, no! Oh, God damn it.
See, a chill person wouldn't have panicked. That was right in my face.
Well, I didn't know you were going to lean over
right in my face.
I didn't know you were going to lean over right at that time. Sir. Oh yeah, no, the deserts are terrible. Like the deserts are rough, but our coastal area is very, very nice. They're also especially rough if you just really don't like dry, like really dry heats. Because I feel like the California deserts, especially the Mojave,
Makes you long for a nuclear winter.
makes you long for a nuclear winter. Exactly.
Nuclear.
Nuclear? Did I say it wrong?
You said nuclear.
Nuclear. little bit of water. You want to see caterpillar track? I don't think I can. I don't know if I want to do green in the tracks. They're so small. I just don't feel like it's going to be super noticeable if I do that. Maybe on the larger, like maybe on some of the larger tanks, I'll consider it. Because I know what you're talking about, Luke. I've seen that on like historical tanks and stuff where they actually put. Actually, my IPMS group was honestly, frankly, talked about this for too long on my last meeting. There were two guys. Can I bitch to you guys for a second about something that is completely not actually a problem, but I was just like, geez, please move on. And I feel like half of the people at my meeting were also feeling this way by the end. Because we had two guys who, whenever I go to these meetings, we always bring projects that we're working on, and people are allowed to pontificate about what they're working on. That's great. And I love hearing people talk about what their projects they're doing, what techniques they're using, because that's what a lot of these guys do. They go through like their process, etc., or where they're at. And I love that. But these two guys, for some reason, this particular night, decided each to bring like 4 different things that they went on about for over half of the like duration of the meeting, which was a 2-hour meeting. So these two guys took up like an hour of time. And I was just like, good Lord.
Were their projects that good?
I mean, the projects were still great, but like, it was just, they just went on, I think, for a little too long about like certain techniques and stuff where I think like one person was really particularly engaged. And, you know, it was just one of those things of like when you get going on a thing that you're interested in and you just go. Mm-hmm. Like, so I get it. Like, I'm not saying that I haven't myself done this. But I was just like, guys, because they were the first two. So it's not like everybody had like listened to some shorter stuff or whatever and then like got to these. That's how the meeting started. So it just, everybody else who went after them was like, blah, 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 I'm done. Like everybody else was super concise, really short-winded. Because I think they were just, I don't want to take up that much time. I feel like,
yeah,
like
we're all aware.
Like everybody after those two were super self-conscious of like their timing. Uh-huh. And you could tell. And so that's what made it feel very weird. And I'm just like, it was great, but I was also just mildly uncomfortable for like the first hour because I was like, this is really interesting, but like not that.
Not really, though.
Like not really like it's interesting, but not this length of time interesting.
Yeah.
But like I said, I know that I have definitely done the same thing before, so I really didn't like complain at the meeting, but in the back of my head I was just like listening and going, who's actually like there was a couple of guys that I was there like that was sitting next to me because we were at the opposite table and we sort of were just listening and not like
we were zoning out.
We were zoning out, and we all like the 4 of us like looked at each other like between the 4 of us and we were just like, uh-huh. I felt so bad. But I just was like, I could not focus. You know what? They definitely are both, I know they were definitely, like, officers in the military previously, because a lot of these guys are vets. Oh. So yeah, I could definitely see that being one of the reasons that they just went off. It's because they were like, well, I'm gonna talk about my stuff. It's really cool. I've heard some fun stories for those guys. They know a lot about airplanes. One guy in particular knows a lot about tanks because he was a Yeah, he was. I don't think he was a tank commander.
But he was a tank.
I think, yeah, he was a tanker. I don't remember what role. I think he was a gunner of some variety, is what he said. I'll have to ask him the next time that I see him at the meeting. But a lot of them were also airmen, which is cool. No, I'm not preparing these for any kind of show. These are just, well, I mean, it's my own show. And I don't mean a model show. I mean, I'm prepping them so that I can, one, just have them painted, because I like having my miniatures painted, but also so that I can use them in some upcoming battle reports against the Chaos Cultist. Hence why we're working on these guys. I'm not expecting to have, like, the entire army done before we end up streaming, but I just wanted to have some color on some of them to sort of give an identifier of who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't do shows really. Like, I'm not a competitive painter in any way. Like, I like seeing what competitive painters do, which is why I actually like going to this IPMS meeting, the International Plastic Modeler Society Club, that I do, because a lot of them are, like, a lot of these guys do go into it for competition. I mean, it's mostly local competition, but some of them do go to the national.
What do you think is happening in this frame? I have no idea.
I think I'm having, like, I think somebody, like, did somebody, like, do that finger thing that...
I don't know, it's just the frame while you're speaking.
I opened my mouth really, I was like... I was, like, really big mouth. But yeah, I'm not really a competition painter. I'd be too heartbroken if I lost, so I just don't.
Yeah, she only enters contests she knows she can win.
That is not true.
And beat up small children.
That's not true! How dare you?
I was at the games of Berkeley Con. Yeah.
I mean, I won that, but I didn't do it so I could beat up small children.
But you did beat up.
I did not beat any small children, okay?
Guys, she walked in and was like, "Children, get ready, because you're gonna join the younglings." And she was like, "Bam, bam, 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 bam." I'm turning into a Flintstone character. Bam, bam.
Yeah, you have. I was like, you turned into a Flintstone's baby. I'm not into that. Can I please have my adult husband back?
Okay, sorry. Hold on. Spousal abuse. Spousal abuse. Spousal abuse.
No! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Couldn't you just, like, I don't know, doesn't Sting have a catchphrase when he actually uses his bat or something?
Yes, he does. My apologies.
Okay, yeah, like...
Woo! Woo!
There you go, perfect. Did he really use Ric Flair's woo?
No, that's a different one. Ric Flair's is woo! Whereas Sting's is woo!
Chat, this is for him, not for you.
That is true, though! Not.
Yes!
One has an H. One doesn't.
There was no H.
There was.
They,
Silent H. As a John with an H in his name, I know how to say it. Where's the pen?
Oh, it's right there.
Oh, it's behind the bottle of water. I couldn't see it.
Oh my gosh.
Is chat reporting me?
No, chat is not reporting you. Chat hasn't actually responded at all to
Chat's
that.
dead. Chat, it's like they're all at Hobby Collab.
Yeah, they've all gone over to Hobby Collab. They've abandoned me.
They didn't want to see the violence anymore.
That's true.
No, that's not true. There's 22 people who were just ignoring the violence.
Oh, well. There you go.
They should feel ashamed.
Yeah. Okay, Gordon has said that he will testify in the court case.
Okay, well, there you go.
There will be no court case. It was a bat. It was a deflated bat, okay? It's not even...
It's not deflated.
It's not fully inflated either.
Like 80%. Enough that
Like 70%.
it makes that noise.
Yeah. Noise, still sure, but it does not hurt in like the slightest. Why would
Fine. Fine then. We'll get the Chris knife out.
Oh my god, okay, that one. Boop. It's actually really cool. Have you guys seen? I don't remember if I've shown this.
It's been a while if you have.
I bought this for Chaos Cultist, I think like 2 years ago?
Yeah.
2 Christmases ago. After seeing a review actually from Adam Savage. He reviewed this knife, and it's a Chris knife from Dune.
It's a replica off the molds for
the movie.
Yeah.
Which I thought was really cool, and it's actually really well done. Like, I think they handled it really well. One of the things I really... Hold on, I want to show them the handle. Like, I appreciate the attention to detail and, like, the weathering. So, like, they have the text here, obviously. They have some nice, like, weathering and pitting here. We have the nice texture of the wood, and then I actually really like how the transition for the tooth goes. So it goes from the darker, like where it would have been attached to the gums, to the full blade. And it's actually a bit pointy. Definitely was something not like it's resin, I think. I'm pretty sure it's like a resin.
The tooth of Shai-Hulud would always be pointy. And don't worry, Chad, I will not sheath it before it tastes blood.
There we go. All right, let's continue with our painting now that we've had our weapon interlude. I mean, technically I'm painting a weapon. A war machine, one might even say. Hey, Hadman, lovely to see you. How was work? You got here to see me being beaten with a bat. No, I was not bad, specifically. Maybe a little bit. I'm always a little bit bad. Let's be real. But no, everything's good. Everything's good. Foundation of where our green goes.
Wow.
Pull a straighter line, Angela. Jesus. The Emperor would be so disappointed.
With how gay that line looks.
Yeah, like... There we go. That's... Get with the program.
No one's fully straight, honey.
I know. I'm certainly not. Does CC know the rule of thumb?
Like, which one? Like, are we talking about the nuclear bomb one? Which I'm pretty sure I saw a Kyle Hill video was debunked.
Yeah, but Fallout has taught me that it's not, and therefore it must actually be real. But
it just works. You can't argue with that.
It's true. It just works, John. Can I have the pen?
Angela, that's my response to that question.
Why do I look so concerned in all these shots?
That's what you always look like.
I know.
You always look concerned.
I know. You tell me that all the time.
I have video proof.
I know. That's true. I am a Batwoman. That's why I have a bat. You're right. It's not because I have a pro wrestling crate subscription and they gave it to me in my subscription. To be fair, I actually think that one came in the AEW crate.
It's still a wrestling crate.
They're from the same company.
It's still a crate of wrestling crap.
Yes, but it's technically called something different. Therefore
what? It's still a crate of wrestling.
I don't know. I just want to correct myself.
Okay, you correct yourself all day, girl.
I do.
Good.
Sometimes.
Not true.
Oh, God, why? Why? Why are you cocking the gun?
Hmm?
What did I do?
I didn't do it. What?
Why did you cock the gun?
You mean the Nerf gun?
Yeah, the Nerf gun. Why is my toy Nerf gun being cocked? I'm gonna keep asking you.
Wait. Your toy gun?
You're right. Why is your toy gun being cocked?
We've had some discussions about how you seem to claim ownership over everything.
Only Kino's turn. Yes, dear?
No, I'm not going to use this. It's going to be much worse.
Oh, no.
It's going to be so much worse. And you're not going to know when it's going to happen.
Oh, no.
It's going to be on stream. I wouldn't, spare the people that.
Oh, no.
Just you wait.
Okay, for the record.
Here, you know what? Keep the Nerf gun for your own protection if it makes you feel better.
It does not make me feel
Fine,
better.
then. Fine.
Oh, God, I am terrified. What is going to happen to me now? You're not mad at me, actually, right? Honey? Okay. We have this ongoing thing about Kino's journey. Oh, this is looking really good, actually, guys. I know I've been, dicking around, laughing with you all. I am so scared.
I have to go to the restroom.
I know, but what if you come back in here and who knows what's gonna happen? Who knows? It's in the other room. I just keep getting paint on this poor banister. There's little paint streaks because I keep accidentally bumping my paintbrush against it. This, can you guys see it? Yeah, you can. This one. Nice. Shouldn't beat a wife with a stick thicker than your thumb. I have never heard that. Oh my God. Oh, where did that come from, Gordon? Oh my God. How about you just don't in general? Oh, it sounds like a dude. I'm so sorry. Well, good on you for helping out your coworker. not letting her be there by herself, but damn, that really sucks, bro. I'm sorry. Hopefully, are you off for the weekend at least? Sorry, I need to crack my ears real quick, guys. Oh, got my neck to crack too. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. A medieval custom? Ah. I see, I see. You guys finally dried? Oh my god, they finally dried. Heck yeah. Alright, those are my 2 done ones. We have 3 left that still need some green on them. So let's see if we can get those. Let's see if we can get one of them before we have to go on a break. So we are nearing our 2-hour mark, and I tend to take a break around that. Just a short little thing to stretch my legs and stuff, get up and walk around. Refill my water if it needs it, etc., you know? That's at least nice. You know, honestly, pretty lucky of you, actually, now that I think about it. Because I feel like, it was always really tough for me to convince my manager to let me have any weekend days off. Like, he always wanted me around to be able to, like, handle stuff. I mean, I was the assistant manager, so I kind of get it. But I'm like, bro, I want to do things on the weekends, you know? Like, sometimes there's shit I want to do. I didn't even ask for, like, every weekend off. It was, like, more of a, like, I occasionally would want it, but, like, it was so hard. Like, I had to really, like, book it out in advance in order to secure weekend days off back when I worked retail. So kudos to you for, like, consistently having them off, honestly. That is great. Oh, well, thank you, Dangerous D, Sons of Korax. Victory is vengeance. Is it 21? What is XIX in Roman numerals? I know X is 10, and I know I is 1, but I don't remember, like, I know when the I is... I never took Latin, so I don't remember what, like, the ordering... I know the ordering is important with where the I is. Ooh, is Ravengard getting some new models soon? That's exciting. That is extremely exciting. Oh no.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Are your hands wet?
No.
Do you have ice?
Ice? Why would you think I have ice?
Your hands are behind your back and you're downstairs.
Why would you be afraid of such a thing? Have you wronged me recently in some way?
You think so? And you said that you were gonna...
So you don't admit that you wronged me then?
I did wrong you, yes, I wronged you. Please don't put ice on me.
I would never do that, honey.
Not what I was expecting, holy shit.
I was expecting the ice. Entire time. On camera. No, no, you can't do it. It's not on camera. Stop it. No, 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 no. Now, Angela.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Are you? Is my computer?
That we'll find out in a minute.
Give me the ice. Give me the ice. Give me the ice.
I'll give you the ice.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm dying. Oh. Everything's okay on the computer?
Yeah, I bet your Wi-Fi antenna, so we'll want to keep an eye on that.
Okay.
So you can buy another one of those for $5.
Okay, excellent. Oh my gosh. Excuse me. Excuse me. Could you assist me in moving the camera back over? That was oh good, my shirt didn't get oh my god. That was amazing. Add talc next time. Oh. Okay, if he had added talc to that, I would be so mad because it would have gotten all over my miniatures.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to do that. I was
Oh
like,
my god, I have no.
when I went to the bathroom, I was going, okay, what can I do that will not ruin everything? And also will distract her from the fact that I will have ice.
Oh my gosh. I knew he was going to have ice, Chet. I smiled so hard that I've actually, given myself a headache.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. But thank you so much for the $2 donation. This is why UNCC are absolutely the best ever. Thank you so very, very much. Oh gosh, I enjoyed the crap out of that. That was great. Thank you, CC. Oh, you know what? It's right here for you. With that, actually, chat, we are almost.
Take a break.
Yeah, we're at our 2-hour mark. I am gonna go ahead and take a break. I'm gonna get myself some water. I am going to get myself a little snack. And then we'll be back up here painting some more green on these lovely little tanks. So I hope you guys enjoyed our little brief interlude. There's going to be one more brief interlude. I'm going to be just 5 minutes, so I'll see you guys. Let's see. It's about 3 o'clock right now, so 3:05, 3:06, give or take. I'll see you guys in just a moment. I've returned! Hello. How's everybody doing? Thankfully, there's not water everywhere. The ice did not have that much time to melt. But Luke, if you are heading out, I hope you have a good evening. If you're hanging out and sticking around, then awesome. That's cool too.
Something is pushing?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Alright, let's continue on. Oh, I forgot to turn this off while we're done. I'm going to just quickly turn this off. Bam, turn it back on. You missed basically nothing. And we'll continue painting. Oh my gosh, what a lovely interlude we had, though. My goal for today is I hope to get the green done, get my second coat on all of the rhinos of the Mortarian Grime. That is the optimistic goal. I think we can definitely do it because we've only got 3 more to put the green onto. And I feel like with each one, I'm getting a little bit faster. We'll see. Thank you, thank you. It is lovely to be back. All right, we got that in there. That looks pretty good. We'll let it dry a bit. Ooh, that is... Okay, just kidding. Very uneven. Okay, that is better. That is better. Get that in place. Okay, that looks sharper. It's looking good. Fill that color in a bit, clean out that gap. Nice. Cool. And then when we put the second wash over it, it'll deepen that a little bit. The recesses will fill back in and we won't have to worry about it too much. No, you didn't really miss anything super major in the beginning of the stream or anything, Havman.
Oh, I was gonna say, wait, somebody missed the epic duel?
No, not the not the duel. Although if somebody's just popping in now, then yes, you missed the epic duel just before we took our break. But prior to that, like at the very beginning of the stream, it was a pretty straightforward stream. We got started, we got painting. I wouldn't say anything major happened. I think I got like called out for being late to the stream a little bit.
Who would ever do such a thing?
Definitely not me.
Or, no, I'm the one who called you out.
But I also agreed with the calling out because it was deserved. But other than that, no, I don't think you did. Nothing major or anything. You're absolutely welcome to go watch it at your convenience, but no, I think you got here at like the perfect timing to get all the really good stuff. we go. That side quickly, easily done. I'm looking good. Looking pretty even. Yeah, we're getting pretty speedy at this, aren't we? It's only because we've done it about 6 or 7 times now.
That would help explain it.
Mm-hmm. See you later, Hari. It was lovely having you in chat with us today. It's always lovely to have you in chat. And CC Havin says hello specifically.
Howdy.
All right. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Says the music.
Mechanicus.
I think so, yeah. I think it's for Mechanicus. Okay, he's done. Let's move on to this guy. Oh, one other thing I also brought over, and I want to do this before we wrap up today, is I brought over my ring that I printed previously because I realized I hadn't actually rimmed his base, and I want to get that done. I'm going to black it. And I need some more green paint soon. For those of you that use wet palettes, if you find that you get, like, if you're starting to get, like, some fibers or something in the paper, or do you just need to change the paper, or is there a way to, like, deal with that?
I assume he's gonna do paper.
Probably so.
Here's another handle.
Ah, you're taking the
Yeah, I don't need
thank you.
the caps.
That, and I can get some of these other guys back on.
Here you go.
Thank you. Could you get me a couple of nice photos of them as well? They can either be...
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, cool.
Battery's dead. I'm going to change it.
Okay, cool. Thank you. You are the best. Okay, let's keep going. That's true. I did have the music on really loud. Yeah, I was fashionably late. I was nearly deafened them. And then we had the ice fight. I managed 2 tanks in the first hour. I've gotten more tanks done since then. And we're making decent progress. I feel like it's been a relatively productive stream. I say as the person who's only gotten very little done and wasted some time. But listen, I've done a lot of work this week. I did a lot of work earlier today. I just like, the problem is I was talking, this is the main thing that you missed happening. The main thing that you missed was I was like going, I have focus issues. I think I may have like, it might be ADHD, it might be something else. I mean, I already am diagnosed with anxiety. So I like have medication for that, but who knows, maybe I need to adjust it, because like I feel like I just have focus problems sometimes, and that's the main thing we talked about at the beginning of the stream, and that did distract me for a solid hour, and I only got 2 tanks done, or 2 tanks worked on. They weren't even technically finished. They were just like done with the stages I was at with them at this point, when it was what I'm trying to do today, and it took me a while, but we're making better progress now. Do you use a dry palette normally? I do as well, but I have been liking using the wet palette on these longer projects where I'm using the same color consistently for a couple hours. Because I will admit, it is saving me having to re-wet the, like, add more paint to the palette. I just can keep going until I'm actually out of paint rather than it because it's dried. So like, I get you. I'm not normally a wet palette person myself. And when I work on my contrast colors, I don't use it. I just use my normal palette. Like a dry, like, I use the wax paper palettes is what I normally use. But when it comes to the opaque paints, I've been using the wet palette, and I feel like it's been working decently. And I'm curious, like, if anybody has recommendations for peppers in here. Like, I don't know if it's just because I've like dust has gotten into it, because I like left it open at some point or something, and so maybe like that's what's happened, or if it's my paper is just old and it needs to be changed and that's why I'm getting fibers. I think it's dust. I think I just left it open. So I think it's my own fault. I keep fucking up this spot. Okay, just don't touch it right now. Angela, let it dry and then come back to it. You're fucking it up because you're moving wet paint around on more wet paint. Fool. You fool of a took. Maybe I say that at least once a stream. Mostly because I call myself a fool fairly often. Listen, sometimes my brain just doesn't fire right and I'm not thinking properly. 90% of the time. Okay, we're looking good. I am so concentrated. I just realized I had stopped talking. Do you know, I know you use a paper. What's the difference between a wet and a dry paint palette? So wet palettes are this thing right here. So this is a wet palette. And what it consists of is it has this thin sheet of a special type of paper that the paint actually sits on, but beneath it is a sponge material that you put water into, and it helps absorb it, and that's why you get a little bit of moisture here. And it keeps your paint wet longer than if it was on a dry palette. So a dry palette would be like your traditional style of palette. This is my dry palette that I use. It's wax paper. And I like to get it in the gray because it's a neutral color tone, so it shows me more truly what my paint color is on a neutral surface rather than like a pure white, which will make it look a little bit more saturated than it should be, or if you were doing it on a black, which is going to make it look a little darker than it should be. The gray kind of gives you a neutral guidance of like what your true color is, it actually looks like. So I like using the gray paper, wax paper palettes. But you can also use, like if you're working with acrylic paints, specifically acrylic paints, not acrylic washes, not watercolors, acrylic paints, then you can use like one of those wooden palettes that you see traditionally. You can also use this with oil paints. Those are like most traditionally used with oil paints. Acrylics and watercolors can both be used on the wax paper palettes. You also often see like in art stores, there's these little trays. I probably have one somewhere. I do. Like you can also see them like this style often, so this would also be considered a dry palette. Where it's got the little individual crevices for the various paints and you can do mixing. But that's the main difference. The wet palette just has that sponge thing on the bottom, which absorbs the water that you put in and allows your paints to stay wetter. A lid from an old recorder paper. Well, so what I've been doing, I mean, this does have a lid, and I do seal it, although there is, like, literally a little bit of dust on the inside of the lid, so maybe I just need to clean it. But it doesn't, like, it seals pretty well, but I feel like I know I occasionally will, like, finish painting and forget that I was using the wet palette, because it's something I'm only recently started doing, and then I'll be like, I'll walk away from it, like, deliberately, without realizing that the wet palette is still open. And so I think things dry out and dust gets in that way. And I think that's actually where my big problem's coming from. I think that's my issue that where these fibers are coming from in my palette. So I might just need to switch the paper and then keep it sealed better, and that might solve my problem. But I want to make sure it's not the paper like disintegrating. I don't know if that's a thing that can happen. I assume it can, but I don't like know specifically. Again, I've only been using a wet palette. I've had them for a couple years, but I've only actually like actively been using it for about a couple months. Okay. There we go. My eye itches. Why? Just absorbing some of the excess paint that was there, the wet paint that was there, that was pooling around the crevices. There we go. You're welcome. Yeah, don't, like, I personally, because I've only recently started using wet palettes, I think they're a great tool, but I really think they're useful if you do specific types of painting, or if you are doing, like, specific type of painting sessions. For example, in this instance, where I am literally using the same color tone over and over and over again because I'm doing some batch painting, I think they're great. If you were doing like a one-off character and you know you're going to like be done with that color within like 20 minutes, I don't know if I would bother pulling a wet palette out. I think I would just use a dry palette. But again, I also mostly use contrast, which does not work with a wet palette. Like it spreads too much, and you lose the pigment Like, you can't get it back up. And then you can, I think, damage the paper. Like, you can rub into it too much and it just disintegrates. Let's get that one. We're down to the last one, guys. Oh! No! I don't even know. I know how long I've been going, but I don't actually. It's 3:27. Excellent. We got this. We got this. I think I can get my goal done. For sure. I might even get to start doing some of the gray on these guys. Wouldn't that be just swell? I just make sure that it's thin enough I can go into the crevasses without being too much of an issue.
I have sent you the photos.
Thank you. Oh, I'm excited. I'm actually going to look at them in just a second. Ooh.
You okay?
Yeah, I threw my, I knocked my handle over dramatically. Oh, they look so good. Oh, I'm really excited. Yay!
I thought you would like it.
Yeah, they look great. Did you get fronts and backs of the gunslinger? Oh,
No, I didn't get backs. I don't know.
Oh, okay, that's fine. That's absolutely fine.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. The couple of the ones, I didn't see any of the gunslinger individually. They hadn't loaded. But I see them now.
Yeah,
that's great. Thank you. I'm gonna download those right now, actually. Steve, it's lovely to see you in chat. How are you doing this evening? I myself am doing pretty well. Make sure you go back later and watch this episode again because there's some fun shenanigans that happened earlier. And I would hate for you to miss out on them. There we go. There we go. It's really cool actually seeing them all like being near well, having the pattern on them is really nice. Do that straight and all. Okay, I can fix it. Oh no, you have strep throat? I'm so sorry to hear that. Make sure you're drinking. I'm sure you are already doing this because you're a capable adult, but I am a warrior and I have to say this. Make sure you drink lots of water, get plenty of rest so that you can heal up faster. It's good for you. Don't feel bad if you need to take some downtime. It's okay. If you have a job where you can have sick time, use it, please. Because I feel like a lot of us don't. And we think we can just power through it, but that's what it's there for. So please use it if you have it. And take care of yourself. I'll worry. That side looks good. So I'm going to touch up this side a smidge and then do the hatch again. So we did it very pale, which is fine. Not a big deal. I'll have to look and see if I've heard that one. I am familiar, like I've listened to a fair amount of Lindsay Sterling's work, but I will admit I am terrible about remembering the names of her songs, so I don't know if I always like remember. Like I'm sure I probably
Which one?
Roundtable Rival.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say I think I've heard that one.
You.
I just like I said, I'm bad with names. But who knows? Maybe I'll try to remember that for my next post with them. Because I've been trying to use the like music option on Instagram that you can pair like music with your posts, even if they're not reels.
It's the Lindsay Sterling song in the Wild West.
Okay, is that the main one? Because I was like, is that the only one she's done in the wild? I didn't know if she had done.
Well, no, that's literally the Roundtable Rival song. Is that music video?
Oh, got it. Is it from Red Dead? Was she spoofing?
What?
The Roundtable Rivals, like was she parodying anything in that, or was it just literally doing a Wild West parody?
I think it wasn't a parody. I think it was a song.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Parody was the wrong word. What I meant to say is inspired by.
Homage.
Homage. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. I was like,
sorry, you kept calling it a parody. I'm like, it isn't a parody.
No, you're right. I realized when you said that, it dawned on me that like that's the wrong word for what I'm trying to describe, and I could not think of the correct word. So thank you for helping me get there. Are you guys hearing music at all?
Well, is it showing up on the meters?
No.
Then no, they are not.
It would be desktop audio capture, right?
Yep. You have to make sure it's set to the correct thing, though. And with all the fumbling you were doing with OBS before this, I don't know what you did.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, because like I feel like we looked at it earlier and we definitely saw like stuff, so that's why I was like, not a big deal. Oh, there it is. There it is. I was just not. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. It was just it looked really quiet when it wasn't when I definitely was hearing music, but I don't know if that's delayed on their end.
No.
Okay. Everything's fine now.
Oh, it's because you have a negative 40, 50. Put it at negative 35.
Negative 35. There we go.
Yeah, that's why you're not seeing anything because you had it muted.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, fun fact: if you turn the volume all the way down,
I didn't realize it was that.
down.
I didn't realize it was that down.
You literally had a readout that said negative 50.
I understand. I didn't.
We've talked about this.
I know my brain.
Hundreds of times.
We have talked about this hundreds of times. I don't know why my brain just farted on that, but it really did. You got to see her live in concert? That's really cool. Oh, that's really cool. The Bobbins. I'm glad she like. It was a good concert.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry for just completely borking that. There we go. That is good, which means we can do our second wash now. Heck yeah. We're making progress. Woo! Alright, I'm gonna do the undersides of them all first. I know it's a little smidge boring, but I want to get that done, and so I don't have to think about it anymore. Because otherwise I'll forget. Oops. Turn that off while I'm just adjusting things. Oh, I bet because she probably does aerials and stuff, like, that's really cool. Even then, though, like, even without her necessarily doing that aspect of the performance, like, she's so energetic and just, like...
I mean, she's still going, man.
I
remember when she went big, 12 years ago.
That's what I mean, is I'm like, that's my thing, is like, that's what I mean when she's so energetic. Like, that woman just has so much energy to just keep doing things. I'm very impressed. Okay, so we don't really need we don't care if this goes necessarily over the treads or like the cow tipper here. Really, we just want it on where the tan portions are going to be.
Cow tipper.
I couldn't remember the other term for it, and that's what I'm using.
Dozer blades.
Dozer blades, thank you. The dozer blades. I don't know why I always forget that, but I do. So we don't really care about the dozer blades. We don't care about the treads too much. We're really just wanting to focus this on any of the areas where the tan color tone is going to be, or like our bone color tone is, to emphasize those, because everything else is going to be grayed. We're going to put basilicanum gray on it. You know what? I'm done with my green for right now. I'm going to close. Look at me. Look at me. I'm closing. I'm almost throwing my wet palette on the floor, but I'm closing it in the process. That looks good. Let's swap on to the other ones. Shade just works so well for the Death Guard, for their, like, OG color scheme. I mean, I'm sure that was intentional on GW's part, but...
I'm shocked.
They did a good job. There we go. It's done. Next one. hopefully this doesn't take super long to dry. That would be ideal. Could always go grab. Could go grab the blower again.
It's right there.
Oh my god! I think that'll be too hard. It'll push the paint around too much. Could go grab my blow dryer though, if need be. We may not need to though. Okay. Next.
What the hell?
I dropped something. It's fine. Just throwing plastic everywhere. No big deal. You guys have any fun spring plans? Now that we're actually in that season. Anybody doing some like intense spring cleaning? I know we've been doing a little bit of rearranging, a little bit of cleaning. We have a couple like furniture pieces where like we need to replace this and or just get a thing for this. Get like something to fill this space because we don't have anything for it. Do I have a few more? Oh, there's one cat there. Somebody here. Oh, and there's another cat there. Yeah. Do I have more? Probably. Probably, if I had to guess. Yep. Let's get these last two going so they can start drying with the others. That's good. And the last one needs a bit more color on the bottom before we switch to the tops and do the exact same thing. What is this one? Why do you please get off my brush? Yeah, I said get off my brush, thank you. I hate when you get like that random fiber that just like will not go, like it's like stuck in the bristles pretty deep. And it refuses to go anywhere. It just keeps making weird patterns on your paint. Super annoying. Does that ever happen to you guys?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like it just so annoying. Okay. These need a little bit of time to dry. A couple of them are almost finished, fully drying, but I don't want to, I want them to fully dry because I need to stick them facing the other direction on the tack, like the tack stuff that I'm using to keep them on the caps of this handle. So we're gonna let those dry. We can chat for a little bit. I'm just gonna turn that off. I'm actually gonna hide it for a moment. But yeah. Oh my gosh, did you get a McFlurry to dip them in? Because that's the best. That is my favorite thing. Like, I don't go to McDonald's super often. I do like it fine. And I definitely occasionally have a craving for a McDonald's burger, but I actually prefer Wendy's. I'm also lazy and that's the closest one to me, so I also just go there, but I do actually prefer the burgers there. But what I really like getting is fresh McDonald's fries with a M&M McFlurry, just so good. So tasty. You're almost dry. Oh, while I'm waiting, I can go ahead and rim these little guys. Where is a nice... Do I see currently on my... I think I should have some on my wet palette actually. Oh, can you not do, like, any sugars? I know some, like, diabetics still... I don't know if they're supposed to, but they do still eat sugar sometimes.
Yeah, you have to eat some sugar.
Okay, well, I didn't know if
Diabetics have to eat sugar. The problem with diabetics is that their body doesn't produce insulin, which is required for the body to process sugars.
I see.
So if they eat too much sugar, they'll go into a glucose high, and that's its own thing. My grandmother was a diabetic and lived in house with us until she passed. And if you go too low, you just pass out.
I see.
And can eventually die.
Okay, well, I didn't know if, like, the sugar intake was done through, like, supplements then, because...
You just have to really, really watch and control how you eat it.
I see.
And most of the time, eating high-sugar sweets is a no-go unless it is their blood sugar is so low they need to spike it.
I see, okay.
And at least in the case, and I shouldn't speak for all diabetics, this was the case with my grandmother who had it because she actually got it as a side effect of a hysterectomy back in like the 80s.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That sucks.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why diabetes isn't really a major concern for me. I mean, despite having a descent or an ancestor who was diabetic, is because it only came about because of a surgery I can't have.
Oh, yeah, I guess you can't. Yeah, you wouldn't. Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to have that, would you?
I could not have a hysterectomy, no.
Nope.
It is 2025 and all that, and we live in California, but I don't think I can pull that one off.
No, I don't think you can pull that one off either.
Also, another fine tutorial that probably only like 2,000 people will watch because it's not Warhammer is done.
Yay! I mean, boo about not enough people watching it, but yay that it's done! Yay! I'm excited.
It's a very good, well-shot and paced one. I'm quite happy with it.
Good. I mean, I really liked your script for it, and I really had fun, like, doing it, so...
I still need to make the thumbnail.
That won't be too hard or, like, time-consuming, though, I imagine.
No, I'll do it on the laptop.
Sounds great. Yay, this is almost rimmed. I think I wanna...
So, have you been paying attention to the internet and why people are not happy about the Warhammer preview?
No, actually, I have not seen why people are unhappy about the Warhammer preview. What?
Okay, so just to walk through what they presented, the Thousand Suns stuff, that's cool, and people thought the Cathay stuff is very cool.
Yeah.
But if you don't play Cathay and you don't play the Old World, which is most players, you don't care.
Yep.
So that comes down to, okay, what did they announce for the armies that people, or the games people actually care about? Okay, there were some Spearhead army boxes.
Yep.
For Age of Sigmar. A Death Guard box of miniatures that, as you already pointed out, most Death Guard players have.
Yeah, I was like, I think there was like one character in there that was like, oh, he looks
And
weird.
a sprue upgrade for what many people consider to currently be the ugliest miniature on the line. The baby carriage.
Oh, yeah, that was
Opposed to actually updating the Grey Knights, or giving them a new plastic kit, or updating their Terminators or anything, or Primaris defying.
Is that all it was? Okay, I was actually, so I will admit, during that stream, I kind of missed what exactly
an upgrade sprue for new weapons on it.
That's it?
Yes.
Oh, that's bullshit. Okay, I thought so, because I was like, none of those miniatures looked new to me.
No, all the Grey Knights are still the old ones. They still haven't Primaris to them or done anything to update them since, like, I think 4th edition. I think now that Warp Spiders and such are updated, with the exception of Swooping Hawks, because they still haven't been updated, I don't think.
I don't think they have. Well...
And there was one Phoenix Lord who got ignored, too. I think, Striking Scorpion Phoenix. No? Somebody in the Eldar is still old, I remember that.
Okay, so somebody's still old in the Eldar,
but
are they, like, the oldest now?
Grey Knights, I think, are the oldest Imperial faction.
Oh, I love the look of the Nids. I can see why some people may not like them. I like the look of the Nids, but that's because they've gone more mushroom with some of their faces. And that works, but I can see that. Just something. Give me a moment, chat. I gotta focus. I gotta fix something that I don't think I like. Or it drags too much. Okay, that didn't ask me. I don't know what's happening. Let's go for it, because I think my plan's better. Not getting on the Marines too much going into a pitch. Okay, yeah, I think that's better. Still don't quite blend fully, but I think it'll be fine. Maybe if I do... What if I do... Into the silicon. Let's try that. Let's try that. Let me show you what I'm doing here. Do that. Turn that back in. Okay, so I've got. This one's still drying. I've got my base of Marines here. Stick into this. And I'm working on their base, but I'm trying to get it to match this a little bit. And I just put a little bit of brown on this to brown it a little bit more, because it was very gray, and this base is definitely not. But it wasn't blending enough, and what ended up happening is I had a little bit of black mixed in on this brush as I was wetting it to try to move some of the brown paint around. And it actually left a little bit of a black stain, which has given the tone a little bit more similarly to what I've got on my Thunderhawk. So I think that's what I'm going to do, and I'm wondering if I should push it further by adding some really thinned basilicanum over top, or if I should just leave it. I think I'm going to leave it and let it dry fully, and then see. That looks pretty good. That one step turned out to be a bit more brown than I wanted, but I think it'll be okay. Don't worry about not commenting during the Warhammer watch-alongs happen. It's completely understandable. If you don't know the stuff, it's not a big deal that you aren't commenting on it. It's really not, like, you shouldn't stress yourself about it, is what I'm trying to say. Oh no. Oh, when did I do that? I just realized that I completely bent one of my guns on my Thunderhawk. And it's loose enough that it's kind of wanting to come off. So I'm going to see if I can use some of my glue. Maybe fix. Oh, yep, there it goes. Let's do a little repair work, shall we? We'll continue to let these suckers dry. this goes. Okay, it's definitely like that. A bit of glue on.
Did you ever get a message back from that game store?
Not yet.
Okay.
But I haven't checked since this afternoon, or since this morning. Okay, that's on. I'm gonna set it over here and not touch it. It looks pretty straight. I must have bent that when I transported it the other day. We're okay.
What'd you bend?
I bent one of the guns on the gunship on my Thunderhawk,
Oh no.
and it popped off, but I fixed it. I got it. It's fixed. I think it happened when I transported it to the meeting.
Oh no.
I need to get a new, smaller case for transporting, like, small amounts of miniatures. Like, not even the scale for the ones that we have, like, for us being able to bring, like, 2 spearhead armies to somewhere, but, like, just enough that where I can bring, like, models to and from the meetings safely.
Mm-hmm.
A bit more, because that's, I'm pretty sure how that happened. But it's not a big deal. Okay, you are actually dry. Yay! Alright, let's go ahead and flip you over then and start painting the other side. Okay. There's a lot of detail on these figures. I mean, even for these super small ones, like, it's insane how much detail GW puts onto them. And if you want to just comment on that, that's totally an acceptable thing to comment on. Like, wow, this looks really cool. I mean, that's half the time what I'm just saying. Wow, this looks really cool. Alright, immediately our greens are starting to blend in a lot better, which is great, which is exactly what we wanted. Our tans are also deepening a bit more, giving us a bit more of that Death Guard bone color tone. Sides and front and back, and of course the top. I'm feeling pretty good about that. Cool. I'm gonna set that one off to the side. Is there another one that's ready to go? Yep. got rid of all of those little gaps. I think that's fixed it. Well, no, the other ones did that.
Sorry?
Oh, I thought I cleared all the gaps in the treads, and I just found a couple that had still filled with paint a little bit, and did that annoying thing where they like start to create a paint film.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay, I fixed it. They weren't fully dry, so I was able to clear it. Let's check this one. Okay. Okie dokie. No problem. So this was the worst one. Maybe if I use a... Oh, actually. Better yet. Do something a little softer. Hard metal panel. I open one of this small one. Yeah. There we go. I have these little like Q-tips that I got from Mia. That should be that are too large. Okay, that one I worked on. There we go. Okay. Now I can flip it over. Make sure it's clear of any putty. And then we can put the second layer on the top. One on the front side. Keeping it as even as we can, letting it settle into some of those heavier recesses. Easy peasy. The dirtiest lemons you'll possibly squeeze.
Ew.
They are nurdle. They're probably rotten, let's be honest. There will be many bugs. Many, many bugs. Welcome back, Hari. Welcome back. It's lovely to see you. Hope you got your other stuff done. I really like painting these tiny tanks, actually. There's something very fun about it. Very charming. Okay. Next. Oh, I see. Good, I'm glad you got them done then. side. Oh, that's looking like a proper dirty Nurgle tank. Looks bloody fantastic. Thankfully, they're like almost all dry now, so we can just keep chugging away. Keep chugging away, just slapping Mortarian grime down roughly onto these tanks. That's the nice thing, is like, other than when I was painting the green and a little bit when I'm painting the gray, I don't really feel like I'm having to be super, you know, clean with everything, despite these models being so tiny and feeling like they need a little bit more of a delicate touch. But I'm really trying to avoid that. Hello, Paul. It is lovely to see you in chat. How are you doing today, sir? Hopefully you're doing well. And of course, it's not your fault that the prices are high. Man, it's always annoying when people, like, when customers will take out your business's prices, like, their upsetness at the prices of whatever you're selling at the business you work for out on you, as if you have control over that. At least he kind of was like, I know it's not your fault. I'm just ranting. You're looking good. Smidge more color on the tops of these first two that I did. Kind of took me a bit more pale than I wanted. Okay. That's better. Okay, you two are done. Oh, are you dry enough that I can handle your... Yes. Okay. Yeah, because that means I can get you back onto a base. And also get you worked on. Oh my god, we have 3 left. Woo! Woohoo! Nice! That's always lovely. Always lovely. Alright. Last 3 rhinos. Put Mortarian grime on. Like, it's so basic, but it works so well. Shades are cheating. They genuinely are. I know, like, everybody jokes about Nuln Oil being like liquid gold or whatever, but I mean, I just think shades in general, it doesn't matter what color it is, they are so nice at helping, like, either just finishing off a model and letting it do the work for you to create your shadows, or to give you guidance if you're wanting to be a little bit more particular about like how those shadows actually ultimately end up looking, if you want a bit more control over where they're falling rather than letting it be a little bit more random when you're using a shade. Because I know some people are very anti-shades, which I never understood. Why would you be anti something that is meant to be a tool to aid you in your creative process?
Since I think it's cheating, like you just said.
Okay, that's fair. But I don't actually, like, I guess that's the thing, is like, I don't actually, like, I say that as more of a joke. Like, it feels like cheating, but I don't actually think it's cheating. I guess some people just really do think it's cheating, huh? That is so bizarre to me. I would never look at a tool like this, like a paint material, and be like, by using that, it's cheating. Oh, nice! You want to paint some Nemesis? And you've already got your colors picked out? You should totally paint them then. What colors are you going to go for? Are you going to like do something kind of classic that makes them feel a bit more like alien? Or are you going to do something like more wild? You going to do something a bit more grimdark, perhaps? Kind of curious. Yeah, I would say shading and shadowing are probably like the same thing. I think it kind of depends on like the context in which it's used, but in the way that I was talking about shading, it's the same thing. The only way that I could really see it argue being like really different is if you were to argue that shadowing would be using like an opaque color tone to like, okay, you know in Borderlands how that is a cell shaded style. You may not know it as cell shaded. I completely understand that, but that's what it's called. But that style like that Borderlands is done in is cell shading. And so like in theory, the shadowed portions of that cell shaded design could be the shadowed areas, in which case like it's a solid color, it's very flat, but because of the way that cell shading works, that kind of creates a really engaging and generally I think most people find it very pleasing aesthetic. Whereas like shading would be what I'm doing now and applying a wash that is settling over everything evenly but isn't consistent in a way. Like that would I guess be like the main, if I had to describe them differently. But in my personal opinion, I kind of think they're the same thing. Like it just feels like the same thing to me. But again, this is the thing that like I think a lot of people don't always like to acknowledge about art. It's kind of subjective, including the process of making it. One more. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Ooh, bone white carapace, black for the blades, purple for the connective tissue, and white for the highlights. That's great. That sounds awesome. I bet that would look really cool on the Nemesis models too. Like that color palette. Very cool. Okay, and with that, just need to let these suckers dry fully, which may take a bit of time because I don't want it to rush. I want it to settle nicely and naturally. But then we can start working on the metallics. And super height. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna look so good. And then we're gonna be ready for the game.
And then I will shoot it off the table dead.
Probably in turn 1, yeah, that makes sense. They only have 1 HP. So, yeah, they'll probably be gone immediately for all the time that I spent on them. That's what happens every time. Something.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's the curse of a painted miniature. They get painted and they immediately die. That's their curse. They're finally breathed life into them through paint, and then they're like, and dead off the board. Oh yeah, the little guys. We've done some of those. Nice. We haven't done any of the larger ones yet. I bet it's gonna look really cool. I bet I haven't painted any of the Nemesis figures myself. I'm gonna turn this off and close it right now because I'm not working on anything. Is it this one? Yeah, it's that one. But I've looked at them and I think they would be. I bet they're really fun. I bet they're similar to the Tyranids. You know. Let me go ahead and move this a little closer so I don't have to look away from you all as much. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, that must be like it's so interesting to me, how big tabletop gaming is in the UK and how like prominent some of the companies that are from there like dominate certain miniature like gaming markets. Considering y'all's weather, I feel like does not always accommodate part of the hobby super well. Which is always a little bit of a shame.
Well, that's why they're indoors all the time.
Well, yes, but like painting still. I mean, maybe that's why like some of you guys are really into your airbrushes? Is because you just because you can use it indoors. Like you could, in theory, use it indoors even on like a rainy day, as long as you still have some form of ventilation, and like it allows you to still prime everything, without having to necessarily use a rattle can and worrying about like the humidity in the air because like. I mean, when I went to England, it rained a lot. I mean, it also snowed, but it also rained a lot. And I imagine that's, like, pretty consistent. Like, except for, like, certain times of the summer, I suppose. Like, maybe it doesn't rain, but... Cause I sometimes hear, like, the Russell Talk boys complaining about the heat. But, like, beyond that, like, you guys are wet most of the year round, right? It's humongous.
Whose does?
Mine does. I think it's just the formatting.
I was trying to figure out. I couldn't. I didn't know how you were sitting. I was like, what?
I have my knee. One of
I
my
see
legs
that
up. I'm sitting like Uncle
Roger.
Roger. I almost said Uncle Howdy for some reason. And
Howdy ho!
well, no, because Uncle Howdy is pro wrestling.
Howdy ho!
Does he say that?
No.
I don't think he does.
Being like Mr. Howdy the Christmas Pooh.
Oh. I just was playing with the audio bars there for a moment there. Sorry, chat. I got really distracted by it.
Professional.
Oh, you remember one of your... I'm a very professional person. Clearly the most professional person here. I'm absolutely not. Havman, no, it's you. You're the most professional person here. Havman, you said that you had a question during the watch along. Is Cathay completely brand new army? Or have they been around before? So yes and yes. They are an existing army from the past, but they have never had miniatures beyond maybe a couple of like one-off miniatures, and I'm pretty sure it would be literally a single miniature.
They were in the lore previously, and they were in the video game.
Yes, so they've been featured in the video game, which has been out for a couple years now. They were in the lore previously, back when the game was still called Warhammer Fantasy Battles. But back in Warhammer Fantasy Battles, they were only ever playable via I believe it's called the Dogs of War rules, which is where you bring in basically mercenaries into your army. So they weren't even used that often. Like, it wasn't a common thing to do. Some people did go out of their ways, I think, to make a full, like, mercenary army, but that was sort of a gimmick, like, intentional, like, one-off thing that they would do. I don't really think it was what people were doing, like, competitively. I think it's what people did for fun, if they had the means and the time to do it. So in regards to them being, like, brand new, no, they are not brand new, but these models that we got revealed are brand new, and they have never had a full-blown, playable, exclusive Cathay army to play before in the games. That is new. Which is why I actually thought it was really exciting. Now, granted, and Chaos Cultist said this earlier, of, like, you know, so one of the reasons people are a little upset at the preview, and this does make sense, and I hadn't really considered it, but, like, if you don't play Warhammer Old World, and you have no interest in Cathay, then that reveal is worthless to you. But I would argue that that's the same for any faction that you don't care about, that they reveal, that happens at a preview. So, like, I don't know. That to me does not say that the preview's bad. That just says that, okay, this preview wasn't for me, but that's okay. But yeah, that's what's going on with Cathay. I think back in the day, GW didn't really want to touch, like, non-European / non-American cultures, and since some of their, especially in Warhammer Fantasy Battles, but even in Warhammer 40k, the factions were based off of real-world, like, cultures. I think they were a little afraid to touch China without coming across as, like, potentially racist, honestly. But I think they've actually handled it really well. I think the sculpts look amazing. I especially like the, not only the Sentinels, I think the Sentinels look rad, but I also really like the airship, like the balloon, lantern, like the lantern ship, I guess is what it is. And then I also really, really like the, ballista guys, the guys with the cannons, because I like sets, I like units that have a multitude of personalities to them, for lack of a better word. It's just a range of variety of textures and shapes and sizes, frankly, and those rockets and cannons really nailed that. Because you've got an ogre there, you've got, like, a couple of normal-sized humans, but you also have, like, they range in age, they range in, like, armor type, they range in, like, hell, even what I think their rank is within the, like, the unit, and so it's intentional and it looks really cool. No, I think it's, like, well, and that's the thing. I think there's a difference between, like, when you're historically, like, if you're touching, if it's your game and you're historical and you're touching any of those, like, cultures, I think that's honestly probably more accepted because it's historical. I think the problem, like, where GW may have been, and this is me just hypothesizing, this is not anything that they've said, this is literally just me like thinking back as to why they probably wouldn't have done Cathay previously and why they're focusing on it now. One, they're pushing into China, so they're going to want to bring that cultural element into their game anyways, just to make those gamers possibly go, cool, that's the faction for me. It reminds me of my own culture, and I really like that, and that's great. So I have no problem with that. But I think the reason they didn't before is because they are not fully a historical war game. They are a fantasy game loosely basing themselves off of historical stuff. And in the past, GW really liked to lean on their like humorous parodies to the point of them being a little problematic. I think they were afraid of doing that with like some of the Asian cultures. And like end up being offensive, you know what I mean? But who knows? Maybe it was just that they just had no faith that people wanted it because they weren't in Asia at all. And so they were just like, I don't know if people are going to be into this. They're probably just going to, because like most of our players are either in Europe or the Americas. So let's just keep basing everything mostly off of those regions. And we don't really think people are going to have interest in these other things because we're not really a presence in those countries. And so that could also just be as simple as that. I think I've only seen the first Expendables. I may have watched the second one, I don't really remember. They were fine. I watched, Reign of Fire, is that what was it called?
Yep.
I watched Reign of Fire the other day. Excellent. Excellent piece of cinema. I really enjoyed it. How are my tanks looking? You guys dry yet? No, they're not. That one's looking a little dry. Yeah, I think we can start working on the gray on this one. We have about half an hour or so left. I think we can get... take that. I think that's the problem now. Especially on the 40k side. Like, I think GW completely saturated the market in their own, within their own factions, and they completely overwhelmed people. Especially when it comes to Space Marine. We were talking about this earlier, actually, or like yesterday, about how, like, back in the day, you know, 3rd, 4th edition, they had 2 SKUs for space, or for Terminators. Right? You had your small Terminators and your normal Terminators. And then, like, maybe you'd get add-on packs to get, like, the shoulders or something, or the unique weapons. And it was normally
done through a booster, like, little
the little blisters. Yeah, the little blisters. You would get those little blisters of, like, and they still make these. They still make these, like, add-on packs or whatever, and they still put them in blisters. But nowadays, like, modernly, instead of doing that, like, instead of allowing for, honestly, more kit bashing, which is something that I feel like GW has really turned away from, unfortunately, despite the fact that their magazines used to encourage it all of the time. And I think in the past still, like, in more recent times, still have, even though, like, they themselves don't quite make it easy to do that anymore, but, like, whatever. But they used to really encourage kit bashing, and so you'd have, like, the 2 SKUs, and everybody would have to get those SKUs, and then if they wanted to make, you know, Space Wolf specific Terminators, they'd have to go get the Lightning Claws or whatever other elements that GW sold as those little blister packs as add-ons to be able to swap out the shoulders or swap out the
add-on packs were like $7 to $10.
Right. And they weren't terribly expensive, all things considered, and it's just like they've really blown, like, and because of the way that they're doing things now, the reason this even came up for us is because it wasn't just a lament of them not doing that kind of thing anymore, like not supporting kit bashing. It was more of a lament of they have to, like, their market concept, like their how they gain profits has dramatically changed, because before, when they used to do the blisters as the add-ons, like the upgrade blisters, and then the 2 core SKUs for the Assault Marines and the Terminators, and the regular Terminators, the Assault Terminators and your regular Terminators, they only had to worry about the sales of those 2 SKUs when it came to Terminators. Like, the bonus blister that somebody might buy is literally a bonus, and they don't have to really, like, concern themselves, because it's just shoulders, generally, and maybe some weapons that they're putting in those things. It's really not a lot of extra stuff. Maybe backpacks. Sometimes they get, like, extra cloaks or something. But, like, you're just having to worry about those 2 base SKUs, mostly, which means that you can, like, have them sell 200,000 units, right? But then when you start breaking it off and you're like, okay, here's your Space Wolf specific Terminators, here are your Blood Angel specific Terminators, here are your Ultramarine specific Terminators, here are your Dark Angel specific Terminators, you're now having to, like, divide up that original total of what your Terminators were doing and divide it way further, which means you have to sell more units of all those unique Terminators, which is just not going to happen. Because most people are just going to get the generic box and just go with it and maybe paint them to look like that chapter. Like, I feel like there is, because of the massive influx of brand new players since, I would say, about 8th edition, I really think GW has hit a limit with what they can produce new SKU-wise, especially for Warhammer 40k, because it's just become an overwhelming choice, like, paralysis problem. Like, unless you are really hardcore, or I guess you really, really have an aesthetic that you just like, that is my jam, I've seen them, and I really like Vikings and wolves, so the Space Wolves are my boys. Like, and like, I feel like unless you have that strong of a feeling and you're like, you just love everything about them, like, I feel like if you're going into Space Marines, especially now in 40k, it is such a hard choice as to go with, well, what do I pick? Because, like, also, then if you're... The other thing that I think... Sorry, this has turned into a rant of what I think GW is doing wrong with 40k. But the other thing that I really think they've run into a problem with is they are trying to simultaneously make 40k, the system, the game system of Warhammer 40k, both extremely casual and hyper-competitive. And you can't do both. You have to pick one. You gotta either make it competitive, or you gotta make it hyper-casual. Because
You don't have to be hyper casual, but you can't be hyper casual and hyper competitive.
that's what I mean. Is like, you can't be like, I think you can either be, you can have a casual element with a focus on being hyper competitive, but having that casual entry point, but it still can't be that casual. Like, you know what? It's a war game. Like, this is a complicated multi-rulebook war game. The concept of being casual with it is kind of anathema to me. It actually kind of bothers me when certain, like, complex systems try to be considered casual because they're trying to grab a new market. Like, I am not opposed to them simplifying things, but I think, like, they should focus different systems on that. Like, I think Kill Team, if you want a casual, introductory game to the 40k specific version of the universe, Kill Team should be how you do it. Make that super simplified. Keep it like, honestly, like Spearhead. Because Spearhead, I also think, is like, I actually think they do a really good job with that. Like, Age of Sigmar, I think, nails the casual side of gameplay. Like, I know there are competitive players. There's literally some over at Adepticon right now, and kudos to all you guys for kicking ass and going to the game. But like that, I feel like most people play Age of Sigmar, at least in my experience, relatively casually. And I think it works really well for that. It's very easy to jump into. As somebody who hadn't played Age of Sigmar previously, but like jumped into Spearhead, it was really, really easy. I also have experience with war games, so I had that benefit, but I still think even if you don't have experience with war games, Spearhead felt even more casual than Combat Patrol in regards to the complexity of the rules and what you were having to do. 40k, I feel like, wants to be the hardcore competitive, but they keep trying to dumb it down and making it casual. And I'm like, guys, make it your hot, hyper-competitive, spicy, like, and I don't mean spicy as in, like, sexual, I mean just, like, enticing. Like, everybody wants to be those cool kids playing the super hardcore game. Make it the super hardcore game and just be done with it. And, like, let it be that and invest your time and rule writing effort into that. because like this flippant, like we're gonna try to make these rules be competitive because we're gonna cater to this really minority section of our audience who are the competitive players, and we're gonna like ignore the casuals, or vice versa, swap it around, and that like they can't make both of those sides happy. So I feel like they should just pick one and go for it, because I think 40K already has that enticing, especially for kids. Like if you're a teenager or like preteen getting into Warhammer 40K, Lord Ironfang, it's lovely to see you. Like I just feel like it would be better if they did that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like I've kind of rambled and lost my train of thought here a little bit, but I hope you guys understand kind of what I'm saying, and I wish they would pick. I am terrible at chess, Hari, so probably not. That's the problem too that I like, and I feel like that's an issue that a lot of 40K fans have. Because, like, I mean, I don't have just one army. I couldn't stop myself from trying to collect them all. And I feel like that is also a problem GW suffers from. And again, why they need to pick and make it either casual or competitive? Because I feel like if they stuck and they were like, this is a competitive only game. Like, if you want to do this, we're focusing on being really hardcore, very strategic. Like, we want you to have a full tactical wargamer mind, in order to really like ace this game or whatever. Then it would make people. I feel like that would make people have to choose armies a little bit easier, because it'd be like you'd be like, okay, well. It also has the problem though. This is probably where they don't do this. On the flip side, you would have the problem then is if you did that and you ended up saying focusing the Space Marines, so Space Marines were just dominant, then everybody would play Space Marines and it'd be fucking boring, and it'd basically be like 30K. So I don't know. I feel like it's a tough choice, and I understand why like there's not a good resolution to this complaint. But wouldn't it be nice if there could be one? I mean, it would really help if they would just make their rules all free in digital at this point, because they update them so goddamn much, and who wants to buy codexes for that reason? Alright, I rambled, so we don't have a lot of time left, but we'll get a little bit of gray on some of these guys. What did we decide for dinner? I forget.
You said you were going to make salad.
With garlic and chicken. Okay. Remember everything that you paint in crayon. Little guns. Mm-hmm. Which one? I played 4, 5, and
8 through now.
no, sorry, Sid Meier. Civilization.
Oh.
I think I've played 4, 5, and I can't remember if I played 6 or not. Is that the newest one, or is 7 the newest one?
I think 8's the newest one.
Okay, then I think I skipped 6, and I think I played 7 then a little bit. But I've at least, I know I've definitely played 4. That one I know I definitely played. I can't remember which other ones. But yeah, they're great. The new one didn't really look like they actually did. I mean, I know they changed some things, but I don't know if it was really fluff. Gray paint. I'm not supposed to be on that section. There we go. I don't think I ever played any of the sci-fi spin-offs for Civ. Were they also done by Sid Meier? I assume so. Is he even still working on those games? Like, or are they just using his name?
They're just using his name.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I think he's an executive.
Okay. Doing a little bit of delicate gray work with it, guys. So give me 1 second. I'll check chat in a moment. Yeah, I don't think he's involved much modernly, if I had to guess. True veteran in the games industry.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I'm forgetting his name right now, and I can't fucking believe it because, like, I've watched so many videos where they've referenced him. I don't think he's in the industry anymore either, but that's kind of the question I wanted to ask. The guy, he's been referenced in a lot of Kev's videos and
What?
There's a designer who is like stupidly famous. I am completely and I am like offended that I'm blanking on his name because we have talked about him so many times and he has come up
Lord British.
No, the other one.
Peter Molyneux.
Yes, Peter Molyneux. Thank you. I was like, I was not remembering Peter Molyneux's
The guy who
name.
did Fable and Black and White.
Yes. Is he still making games?
Yeah.
Oh.
We don't talk about it.
Got it. There's another one who worked with Romero. Is Molyneux the guy that worked with Romero?
You're talking about the God King among men, John Carmack?
Carmack. Thank you.
And
yes.
he's not a designer, he's a programmer.
Oh, he's a programmer. That's why I always fucking get him confused
Yeah, he's
with
not a designer, he's an engineer.
I see. Okay, yeah, that's who I was talking about. Is he still is he still working in games?
No, he invented something called the Oculus.
Oh, he's
an executive on the Oculus VR project, and that was years ago. I don't know if he cashed out or not.
Okay. So he was working in the industry still, just under a different division.
Yeah, he ended up working with Facebook and stuff.
Oh, okay.
But he got big with Rich because he was very smart.
Oh, well, yeah, no, I mean, I always, like, the way that everybody talks about him, that's why I was like, I know this guy's name, like, I just can never, like, for some reason, our Lord and Savior. I only know him as our Lord and Savior. I don't know who that
John Carmack.
John Carmack, yeah. I forgot he, like, invented the Oculus. Oh, yeah, Molyneux was originally Bullfrog, wasn't he? It's so funny because I feel like when a lot of fans sometimes, like, talk about some of these companies, they're remembering, like, some of them back when these guys who were, I mean, known. Like, I don't feel like you guys learn, like, designers' names very often modernly. Like,
No, you don't.
Who designed Marvel Rivals?
A South Korean.
Yes, but, like, do you know their name? No. Game everybody plays, or a lot of people play, but I bet, like, most of the people who play it don't know the designer's name. And I feel like that's something that, like the authorship doesn't happen anymore. It's a big business.
I mean, in Japan, it still does, I will admit.
Yes, I would say, yeah, in Japan, I feel like it still does. But I still feel like that's only for the guys who are already, like, Kojima and stuff, like, I feel like is a
Miyazaki is a relatively more modern one.
True, but again, I still feel like I feel like
it's not as common. I know.
Yeah, because like he's still been designing since like Dark Souls Demon Souls. Sorry.
Actually, he's been designing since Kingsfield.
Yeah, like Kingsfield. So like he's still been around for like 20+ years.
Well, the way you know, experience pays off.
Well, yeah, but like before is what I'm trying to get at though.
Know.
It's like the experience, like some of these guys, like Molyneux and these guys, like when they first became popular and known, had very little experience and just blew up because they did something really cool and big business hadn't sucked their claws into it and been like, we're going to completely remove the personalities from these teams. And it makes me sad that happens now.
Yep.
Oh yeah, didn't he do like a Kickstarter or something?
I don't want to talk about the cube.
That's at least Sid Meier is still like I think an executive like in the business. At least he's still kind of involved in some way, so it makes sense that his name would also still be.
He's also like 70 years.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's gotta be ancient. Well, not ancient, but like
the man was like. I mean, I'll say this: he was like 50 something when I met him over 10 years ago. So
I forgot that you met him in GDC, right?
No, Zynga.
Oh, that's right. Oh, right, because he did a talk there or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. But yeah. All right, guys. Well, I think since we've just been rambling, and I haven't really been doing any painting since then. I did get the gray done on, here, let me show you. Oh, hold on. No, pay attention to what I'm doing.
Okay.
Good. Look away. Look away from the screen. Leave it on, but look away.
You okay over there?
Yep, I'm just had to fix something that I forgot to gray. Because I was about to make myself alive. Did I paint anything else? Yes. That. Huzzah! Alright, let me show you what we did. Yeah, I'll probably continue this next time, but we got a little bit of gray on our first guy. I believe we have all the spots gray. I might end up putting a little bit of gray in this little panel here on the backs because I kind of feel like it needs it. And I didn't do that on my original ones, but I think I can just add it in. I think it'll be fine. But I think these panels need a little bit of a gray. Oh, I forgot to do the hinges on the sides of the doors. Oopsie daisy. Well, that's fine. I'll fix that off camera. But Actually, I'll do it right now. Just a little dab gray. My paint pot is dangerously close to my arm and open. So just be mindful of that, Angela.
We're all gonna die.
Don't get wild and knock it over and spill it everywhere. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just gonna fill in the little hole. The little grate is what really kind of is bothering me. There we go. Because I did that on the plane too, on my Thunderhawk. A couple of the grates I like. So I'm just gonna.
Whispering.
I'm just gonna do that here. Sorry. I think it looks better. I think it just adds a little bit more contrast to the model. Pops some of the details without being overbearing, you know? I'm gonna do it on those little things right there. I don't know what they are. I'm gonna make them with that. Cool. Nice. Okay, let's make sure we do that properly on this one so we don't forget. Have inconsistency. There we go. There. A little bit more color. I mean, even at this distance, it stands out pretty well, which is really nice. It is Covenant. It is a whole lot of rhinos, isn't it? There's 9 of them. And I think I have a couple more elsewhere. I just don't think they're in here specifically right now. Yeah, it's for my Legion Imperialis army because I want to. Well, we're gonna be playing a Let's Play of that sometime, or a battle report rather. That's what it's called. That's what it's called when we're playing tabletop games. We're gonna do a battle report using them. So I figured I'd work on them since I had a little bit of time. Tomorrow we are going to be back live here on this channel with some more Rogue Trader. It's going to be the conclusion, in fact, to Rogue Trader, and I'm so hyped. I'm going to close that. I'm so hyped for it. We're getting through the last chapter. We entered chapter 5 an episode ago, I believe, and I believe we are literally down to the last things that we need to do in chapter 5. We've done everything for Ulfar. We've done everything for was it Pascal? I think it was no, not Pascal. I mean, we've done everything for Pascal. Who was the last person? Oh, Argento. Argento was the other one who had something going on. Oh, and Mirazai, actually. So we've done everything for them. How many hours has it been doing Rogue Trader? I have to look at my...
Somewhere between 150 and 200.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would have to look at my Steam, page to get you the full numbers, but I would say between 150 to 200 hours total, because that is not normal for the game. It is mostly because I have been literally reading aloud everything that we've seen on screen, with the exception of if we've seen it before, because some of the warp jump events are repeats of each other, so if I've seen them already, I don't read them again. But if it's new dialogue, I read it. So that has slowed me down. I would say that if you are playing without streaming it, and you're just playing it for yourself in your own time, and you have the DLC, the current DLC in there as well, because that's also what I was using, so that added some time into the game, I would say you would be looking at maybe 80 to 100 hours total. With the current DLC, maybe 110, depending on if you do everything, if you really hang out in the Expanse until all of your colonies have literally every event occur, which I think can happen, but I did not do that myself. I think there's some stuff that I missed, but it was all superficial stuff. I wasn't really concerned about it. But yeah, I would say about 100 to 120 hours maybe total. Yeah, like I mean, I go like with streaming, it's a little tough because like I've been literally conversing and like I've redone some sections occasionally because I realized that like, oh, I should have done this first before going to do this, so I like went back to a save and like had to redo some stuff. So like there's a few moments of those in there, but I would say I've been playing for between 150 to 200 hours. We'll find out tomorrow for the final conclusion. Like I think I was on like episode
like 56 or 7.
yeah, I was like we're nearing episode 60. And so like and I would say each episode was between 3 to 8 hours depending on which day it was. Add that all up. But all right, guys, I think that is going to be me for today. It was lovely hanging out with you all. We got some good work. I feel good about where we got to with our rhinos. We made some progress. We even finished up our Marines, like the first Marine set, which is really nice, and they look handsome. I'm pleased. Oh, I know. Yeah, like if like Owlcat, they have another one coming out that looks really cool that I haven't I have a code for, but I haven't checked into it yet. And I'm blanking on the name of it off the top of my head, but it's not a 40K title, and it's also not a Pathfinder title. It is completely separate from that. It may be an original title. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, Owlcat does great games. Like the Kingsmaker game, the other Pathfinder game, because I always forget the subtitle for the other one. And then Rogue Trader. All solid. They do the RPGs really, really well. And I approve of it. Tomorrow's episode will be number 60. Sick. Cool. I like ending on a nice round number like that. So yeah, we'll end the stream tomorrow on number 60 for Rogue Trader. We're going to conclude everything. It's going to be great. Oh, very cool, Hari. Yeah, doing like streams in your native tongue is always good. I mean, I'm using English as my first language and the only language I really know. So I'm using my native tongue too. I wish I could speak like another language better, but definitely. I took 3 years of Spanish in high school, and then nothing since then. I learned a little bit of Japanese on my own, but it was like minimal. But yeah, you got your very first Canopic. Oh my god, I can't say the word. Canopic Doomstalker. That's great. Congratulations, honestly baked art. That is fantastic news. Got him. You almost got him built too. That's sick. Do you know what you're gonna paint him as? I hope so. Oh, that makes sense from being in Novasad, right? All right, guys. Well, you speak it very well, Hari. And English is not an easy language to learn. As somebody who is a native speaker and still fucks it up all the time, good job. All right, guys. That is going to be it for me today. We are just past 5 o'clock, so I'm going to go get lunch, or not lunch. I'm going to go make dinner now. Yeah, I'm going to go make dinner now. I'm not super thrilled for dinner, but it's...
We can discuss it.
Okay. I still feel like we should do something light because I know we're gonna doing a pizza tomorrow.
Yeah, I am too. But if you want to do something else, we can think about something else.
Okay, we'll consider something else. Maybe we'll just like scavenge or something.
I'm fine with that.
All right, I might just have us do that. I want something a little heavier than that, but not like super heavier than that. I might just do a sandwich. But anyways, I'm gonna go figure out what we're gonna do for food, and I will see you guys tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard for the conclusion to Rogue Trader. Bye, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with me today. And to everybody who donated and gifted memberships, thank you guys so much. I really, really appreciate you. And to everybody who is still here, if you haven't already, smash that like button and subscribe if you haven't already so you never miss when I go live.
Thanks, guys.
Bye, everybody. Thank you. See ya.